Boss Queen. How we doing? We are recording spooky stories. Spooky stories. Let me just pin that, just so in case. There we go. Boom. Now everyone will know forever. About to go to Wawa. Let's go, bro. Be safe. Get yourself a turkey sub. How was my day? It was good. It's really nothing too exciting, honestly, as usual. Just got the gym sesh out of the way. A little bit of lunch with the friends. And a series of time that seems to elude me that may or may not have just been a complete blackout. Who knows? My life is the most boring. Well, it's not the most boring, but certainly up there with unexciting. How's my cat? He's good. He's happy. He is looking at me as I look over at him, so he's doing all right. He's attentive. That's all that matters. He needs to be ready for anything. But he was chasing something around the room before I started streaming, so I was like, oh, fuck. Did something get in here? But I didn't see what he was trying to go for. Maybe it was a bug. It was a bug. But how are you guys? What's new? Late to class again, after school detention for the foreseeable future. Just beat the shit out of me, bro. Take a bamboo stick and just absolutely clap me. I'll give Pradeep a smoochie. One big one, right on the fucking lips. His cat lips. I'm in Vietnam, it's 9 a.m. Still in Cali time. Interesting, nice. What are you doing in Vietnam? Just having a good time? Isn't it crazy? Not that long ago, we were at war. Survived the Northwest in Derecho. 6 tornadoes causing severe catastrophic historical damage across 3 states and killed 6 people. Knocked down all the trees everywhere on the power lines. Damn, dude. What the fuck happened? I feel like you're somewhat hard to please. What did I do? What have I done? I've upset you. Jeremy, love your work, bro. Thank you, Jeremy. Good to see you, man. Thank you. Yeah, for anybody new to the stream, we're just going to be recording spooky stories tonight. We got paranormal ones tonight, which then will be combined with the bonus content from before. So then we'll get a nice, big 2-hour-long video of spooky ghost stories to throw out into the ether of YouTube. So I hope y'all can appreciate it. You get in a fight with your parents. Aren't you a parent? How do you get in a fight with your parents whenever... What's there to even to fight about anymore? No, you're just always calling your life boring. Yeah, it might just be the fucking YouTube shorts has rotted my brain to the extent where I need constant stimulation. Which is not always the case. It's just that, like, for the majority of my life before YouTube, it was like... Go, go, go. And then it's almost like things... honestly, I'm bitching about nothing. Do you believe in paranormal activity since reading these stories? Honestly, I think since reading these stories, I've, like, opened up some sort of, you know, unintended connection with that, you know what I mean? How often you do the member-only videos? I want to subscribe to that because I love the long-form videos, but I've already listened to all of them. I do it once a month. We actually have some really good ones coming this weekend. I'll be recording on Sunday if you're around for that stream. Obviously, the streams will go up on the bod, so it's no worries. But yeah, it's going to be what's called Cops. It's like an ongoing series where basically it's a series of first-hand accounts. It's fictional, but it's a series of first-hand accounts from like cops having some like insane interactions. And it's basically like the lost episodes of, you know, the show Cops. But this is episode 3 of that, which is pretty insanely cool. My mom stole my donations after my car accident, so that was a bit of a fight, and I'm 28. Well, you know what? That's a great point. If your parents are shitty, then it's probably hard not to argue with them. I'm not saying your parents are shitty, it's just that, unfortunately, that action they took there is not something I've ever experienced with parents, so I'm sorry you gotta go through that. That's annoying as hell. Joel, I checked like 10 minutes ago and didn't see you were live, so I was like, oh, maybe he's not doing a live day. Typically, you're on around 2 a.m. UK time. We're back, baby. We are back. If you sub to Patreon, you get access to our podcast as well. That's true. We do. We review movies on there. We're getting the formatting figured out for the movie reviews, but we're getting better at it. It's on the $5 tier over on Patreon, just because you can't really do it over here on YouTube, or it's probably just like too much content, if that makes sense. We got Power back after 6 days. Lost still out. Maybe 300k still out. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Your parents are typical boomers. Does that mean they just like are selfish or something like that? It does kind of seem like boomers are a little bit selfish. You thought I was going to be with my IRL friends. No. I was supposed to go on like a trip this past weekend and this week, but like both trips got canceled, so no biggie. We're here. We're queer. Get used to it. It was 10k in donations. She is shitty and absolutely all good. Your videos helped me through all in the hospital, so thank you for that. Damn, sorry. I can't believe that. Do I believe in the paranormal? I do, honestly. I think something's fucking going on. Something that the ghosts aren't telling us. What's the deal? Probably that there's new deals on back-to-school supplies at Target. Can say that again. Working in customer service, see boomers so fast blow up. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think their whole existence, and I could be completely off base, is just like defined by like a weight loss pill or like some sort of CVS, late night order it online commercial, which granted not too far away from every generation thereafter or before maybe. We're all prone to a certain sense of consumeristic narcissism, but I don't know. Maybe they're defined by a fad diet and waiting to collect their pensions. Brooklyn, welcome back for 63 months. Hello. If you have any more to say, Brooklyn, please do let us know. Thank you so much for supporting for however long 63 months is. I can't even do the math. I think that's 5 years. Your podcast isn't with your IRL friends? No, it's just people, friends online, where we record movie reviews and stuff together. That'd be fun, IRL, but I don't know. I don't have any IRL friends that I think would want to do anything like that, honestly. My favorite used to be horror because they were funny to me, but psychological thrillers generally scary. Yeah, I feel like to me, psychological thrillers and all that kind of stuff are basically the same as like science fiction. It seems like the most lowest common denominator horror nowadays just is cheap scares at this point, and I'd like to give any more thought to reading Dungeon Crawler Carl to us. Oh, well, I can't read it to you guys. It's a copyrighted, piece of fiction. But I've heard it's very good. One of my friends has made it to like chapter 5 and seems to really enjoy it. I just finished Demon Crawler Carl. I like the audiobook, but I don't know how good it would be without the voice acting. Yeah, I heard the narrator does all the voices, which is pretty sick. Hey, L-Dog, good to see you. Welcome. And then in a minute here, guys, we'll kick it off. We'll go read some spookies. We'll set the tone. But since you're here, yeah, feel free to ask whatever you want to talk about. Try to distract me with whatever tangents you can. That's part of the fun, guys. It's part of the fun of the streams. And here at Let's Read Streams, we like to have fun. We do things a little bit differently. We take our pants off and put up a man bun. Oh, not interested in the podcast anymore. Damn it. I mean, the movie, we're getting better, though. We're getting better at the movie review podcast. We just gotta, it's really hard. Our first ever episode was about The Exorcist, and it's really been hard to, top The Exorcist since then, you know what I mean? I'm on the 8th book, and ugh, it's so good. Oh, yeah, Yarrow, maybe do you know why, Demon Crawler Carl was, why was it on to 8 books before it got popular. Like, what made it so popular out of nowhere? Am I excited for any video games? I mean, just, I mentioned before, like, I mean, we watched that body cam game that looked pretty cool, but I feel like that's kind of a novelty unless they figure out a better, like, repetitious gameplay loop. Maybe like a little bit of a cooperative campaign would be really, really immersive, you know? Kind of like trying to one life to survive and clear a place. And then, I mean, Grand Theft Auto 6, hopefully that'll be good. I saw some leaked gameplay of Grand Theft Auto 6 on Reddit, and it looked legit. And it didn't look like it was like blowing my mind or anything, but it also looked solid. Like the one, I mean, they've done it before in like Grand Theft Auto, but it was kind of funny, like the car crashed into their side of the driver's side door and they couldn't get out, so he crawled out the other side. But it just, like, the way it looked was pretty fluid and cool, and basically just looked like Red Dead 2 but in Miami. So Mad Wolverine is PlayStation exclusive, can't get it on PC. Yeah, damn, they do that, don't they? I kind of love that those games eventually made it to PC. Alright, let's kick this off, guys. Once again, thanks for being here. Click share, click like, click all the things. What's up, Kathy? Four stories tonight we got, friends, of spooky paranormal crap. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they got something about ghosts. Just got done with a DNA sesh where I single-handedly lightning bolted Cloaker to death while I tried to hug me to death to turn around and moonbeam the dragon. Everyone else was fighting and I killed. Nice, bro. Dungeon Crawler Carl is the oldest series that was started, I believe, by the audiobooks first. Then he picked up by a publisher and they published the hardback. Oh, interesting. Hi, brothers and sisters. Please prepare for Matthew 24-29. I believe Jesus is doing that soon. To end the wars and finally save us from the demons. Very important. You need to be alone to be reborn. I don't know, man. I remember, like, learning the Bible in school or whatever, and it was like, or like in church and shit, and it seemed like things just get worse. I don't think there's ever like a time where we're like kicking ass. I think, like, at least within the Christian context, they always made it seem like to even be a certain way outside of whatever beast system you are going to suffer. Versions, which was new content since the series wasn't fully written. It's taken off and now he's written the ending to it. Okay, that's cool. If you play GTA, it opens a portal to hell. I figured. That's probably why I feel so strange. The Bible is literally just scary. We all die. It is quite scary when Jesus is talking about everyone, a dark place where there's gnashing of teeth. Seemed like the only guy who made it out in that book was the one that was like crucified next to him and, you will be with me today in paradise. I'm like, what the fuck? That guy gets to skip the line right to heaven? That's bullshit. Link Simp, welcome to the Buttersalt Call. You have access to bonus content. I've never told anyone this story before. I honestly have not got a clue how to start it or introduce it either, other than to say that it feels like a long, almost forgotten nightmare now, like it wasn't real. But as much as I'd like to pretend it wasn't real, it was. So it was March 11th, 2014, my recently ex-girlfriend's birthday, and I was feeling a bit like crap. Me and Holly had only split up around Christmas too, so not that long before, but instead of sitting around my flat and feeling sorry for myself, I gave my mate Danny a text and asked if he wanted to go to the pub in town. It was a school night, a Tuesday, so he couldn't be out too late, but it didn't matter, because watching a bit of Champions League with a few pints turned out to be the exact remedy I needed. Now, we're both well behaved and didn't stay out past last orders, but while Danny needed to hail a cab to get back home, I decided to walk, seeing as it was only about a 30-minute walk home. Now, I walked past the film. Did they send me to Christian school? No. Sorry, I just went to normal church. I basically was like heavily involved with church from like high school throughout most of college, and then kind of got away from it after college. And I wouldn't say that I'm entirely away from the concept. It's just a lot more personal nowadays, and I don't really, I probably should connect with some church community of sorts, but it's been probably since like 6 years or something since I've gone. Have you ever had a recurring nightmare? I have two. To be fair, I haven't had them in a while, thank God, but isn't it so strange? I just wake up and quickly write it down. I used to mind of a writer. No, it's good. When you write them down, it's kind of conditioning your brain to be able to lucid dream. And then imagine if you had the reoccurring nightmare and then we're suddenly lucid and in control, you know? I discovered girls. Yeah. Discovered girls, and then religion went right out the window. It is hard to compartmentalize it all, I suppose. Time to walk my dog at night in the dark and listen to these good old spookies. Yo, good luck. Your doggy will protect you, don't worry. What's up, Beth? What are you doing? I was my hometown church entire IT department. Hell yeah. Joel unks be unking. Dude, I unk all day. I'm unking on it. How long was your longest deja vu? Probably like just half a second. I don't know. You kind of feel like you kind of got something sometimes with deja vu, then it just blasts away and you're like, oh, fuck. It's a strong personal journey. I've been reading a book about angels and it's wild. Yeah, who knows what the fuck's going on. It's, I don't know. It's so tough because you get so caught, like whenever, you know, sometimes you want to go down the path of like spirituality and just like pursue this like very noble existence of being above the world or whatever. And I get it, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's really, really hard to disconnect from it all because of how silent, I suppose, the spiritual realm can be at times. Do you play much PlayStation? I don't know. I have one. Maybe I'll play it when Grand Theft Auto comes out. I was literally just listening to some drum and bass, and then a notification popped up telling me you're alive. I seriously believe in telepathy. I think so. You're making earrings for your wedding. That's sick. When's your wedding? I had one long enough to type and send a text today. It was wild. Oh, a reoccurring thing. Oh, we're doing a spiritual chat again? I vote orthodoxy. Yeah, my one friends really want me to come to their Orthodox church. It's just like I've been to it before, and it's just so boring. So boring. The people were nice, and I wouldn't mind going to their like social things and learning about it there. But it's weird. It's like they really want you to come to like the worst possible part about it, rather than like their Bible studies or something, you know? You're very stoic. I've heard you shooting the shoot. What's shooting the shoot mean? I'm not being above the world. It's empathy with everything in the cycle with you. I guess. I don't know. Also, what is this? I walk past the Philharmonic. Is that like a store? The word Philharmonic means music loving from Greek roots. It's or is it like a location? I'm not even familiar. Become Mormon? Fuck no, dude. I've had the Mormons are really nice, but like, it's just, I don't know. Nothing about that seems interesting, and like, I don't know. I don't believe in any of the Mormon shit. And this, but it's just like, it's the ideas that were imparted upon you at a young age. That just stick with you the most, right? And the Mormon stuff just seems like just so far out there. I also don't have anything better to do on a Sunday, so I might as well go to liturgy and feel peaceful for once. Yeah, it does. It's a great start to the week, you know. Do you have a favorite rules story that you've heard recently? Oh, rules stories. I've never, I don't listen to them too often, though. I work as a fire lookout guy, and there's a few rules. One, apparently you can't even jack off at the top anymore into the wind. They say it makes too much of a mess. Isn't that bullcrap? I walked past the Philharmonic, then turned down one of the old cobble alleyways until I was on a street lined by old Georgian townhouses. And this is where I saw him. He was walking the same direction about 50 feet ahead of me, and he immediately caught my attention for a number of different reasons, the first being his clothes. He was wearing a top hat, not a particularly tall one, but it was definitely in that style, and then he definitely had some kind of old-fashioned hobnail boot on, otherwise his footsteps wouldn't have clacked like they did. But he was also wearing a cape, and as you can imagine, that's what had me thinking, what the hell? Who's this guy come as? Now, I could explain this guy's attire quite easily, as I was in almost the exact spot where the Shiverpool ghost tour takes place. All the tour guides dress up in Victorian garb, so I decided he'd either recently finished his shift or was on the way back from a very upscale, fancy dress party. But while it was his clothes that caught my attention, what held it was his height. As this fella had to be at least 7 feet tall, maybe even a few inches taller, and even from about 50 meters away, I could tell how lofty he was, and how skinny too. I remember thinking that he'd made a sort of cracking jack... He'd have made... Lighthouse Horrors does a lot of rule stories. Wonder why that's like the rule story subgenre is so popular. Joel, you do a fantastic job of finding a balance. Of what? How often I can jerk off at the lighthouse. I finally got here in time for live. I'm almost too late. You almost missed it. Nah, we just started 20 minutes ago. You're right on slime. I don't hate on Mormons, but the smile is dead-ass creepy and will drive me away faster than anything else. They are some of the nicest people ever. But it's just like stupid, because it's like, once again, the number one way to get people to trust you and to join your spiritual cause or whatever the fuck, like if you want to indoctrinate people, I'll tell you how to do it right now. You hang out with them. You get to know, I'm not saying this to be nefarious, but I'm just thinking from like an external perspective. If you were trying to like harness the power of community and all that kind of shit to get people into your little whatever, specifically within the spiritual circles, it's like you need to hang out with them. You need to go do shit with them. You need to like earn their respect and trust and all that kind of bullshit. And then you can start bringing up like the, hey, I believe in some wild shit. You want to, you know what I mean? You want to check it out? But like they're like Mormons, they are very insistent that you come to church on Sunday with them. Same everybody else. It's like maybe something would resonate with an individual, but like, you know, you don't know people from fucking Paul, so why the fuck would you want to like go there and just learn some wild shit where you don't even get to talk to the person that you were initially interested in as a human? I was outside having a beer and heard the beer cans in the fridge being shuffled around and the fridge closing, and there was nobody there. That was me, sorry. I'm thirsty. I love you, Joel. Love you too, dude. Good to see you. Why would I, a millennial, want to join a religion that bans coffee? Honestly, millennials are the only ones that have ever drinking coffee before, so that's a good point. I don't know if anybody before us or after has ever heard of caffeine. Yeah, this is what I'm doing with the live streams. I'm trying to Tony Scott video on the architecture of the Philharmonic buildings. Oh, okay, nice. We got Kool-Aid. If I were Mormon, I would just drop the entire lore on random strangers gotta weed out the weak. I mean, that is pretty much what they do. It's just like I genuinely could never in my life see myself like, I don't know. It's just so much fucking time expected, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't even understand. Why even create people if you're just gonna make so fucking many of them and then like only a few of them are gonna be like, yeah, I'll waste all day, every day doing exactly this. Like, it just seems like such a fucking process. Am I gonna make a MySpace account again? Yeah, I'm coming back. We're back on it. MySpace dating. They should just like change MySpace straight to like a dating app and actually make it work. Because if there's any way you ever want to just never meet anybody, get on a fucking dating app. Lynn, thank you for the tenses. Don't worry, I didn't forget about you. I'm figuring out some rough stuff right. Hopefully it's not a midlife crisis. I love you, my creamy, weenie, stinky, jolie-poly off to bed I go. Thank you, Lynn. Sleep well. I'm gonna stay creamy and weenie. You know me. Do you tip at a coffee house? Dude, yes. But only if it's like a fancy fucking hipster bullshit coffee place, because that feels like maybe you should. But dude, the fact that, dude, I fucking, like, I hate Dunkin' Donuts. I hate Starbucks. The fact that you can come through a drive-thru, they can throw together your concoction of diarrhea, hand it to you, and with like the most fucking like terminally online Gen Z stare ever, they're like, it's gonna ask you if you want to leave a tip, and then they just stare at you with like sort of like an odd distribution of fat on their body. You know what I mean? Just like a lump here and a tit down there. Like, it's just like, what are you, you fucking glob of shit? And for some reason, I'm supposed to give you a percentage of this stuff that's literally killing me with the high fructose corn syrup and all the crap. And it took you 3 seconds to fucking microwave. Like, it just makes me sick. Like, and I genuinely wish, like, that the Karens of the world, because I'm not going to do it, would put in the effort as much as they do with, like, maximum bullshit stuff to bitch to Starbucks and Dunkin's and complain that it's the rudest thing you could possibly do to insist that the people that come through your fucking drive-thru give additional money to your already like $6 fucking latte. Like, go fucking die in a hole. I don't want to pay any more money. I know, it's going to ask you a question. This last person didn't even say it's going to be a tip, and then I press 0 because fuck you. You've already made my thing. You can't come or spit in it anymore, so we're good. We're in the clear. And then they just like look at you like, why didn't you give me more? This is how I make my... No, but they get paid fucking hourly, bro. Like, you don't deserve anything more. Go learn a skill. Go be a Freemason and work your way up the rank of Epstein's henchman. That's your fucking future. You should start a coffee shop. I'll tip there. I literally only tip at the local places because it's like it gives the place a little bit of flavor. You know what I mean? I remember thinking that he'd have made a cracking Jack Skellington. You know, the lead puppet in A Nightmare Before Christmas. But no, there he was in his top hat and tails, and walking with this massive confidence and swagger like he was the king of the world. Now, I'm obviously a bit drunk at this point, and with alcohol being the social lubricant that it is, I decided that I'd catch up with him. I mean, it sounds incredibly stupid now that I look back on it, but at the time, he honestly looked like a good laugh. We appreciate a bit of healthy eccentricity around here, I suppose, but then with it being about 11:30 at night, I didn't want to run up behind or start shouting at him. I didn't want him to think that I was some pissed-up dickhead coming to cause trouble or anything, so rather than overstate myself, I decided I'd understate myself, meaning I walk a bit faster, catch up and get level, and then give him a fairly muted, "Nice hat, mate," once he knew that I was there. And so off I went, picking up the pace a bit and trying to catch up, but it wasn't exactly easy. The guy in front had these very large strides, and while he was walking with confidence, he wasn't really strolling. I'm on the opposite side of the road, so I'm not too close, and by the time I was almost level with him, we were almost at the end of the street. We were about to hit an intersection too, so with it basically being then or never to start a chat with him, I did like a half turn and was just about to give him a very polite, "Excuse me, fella," when I saw the most shocking, jaw-dropping thing I've ever in my life witnessed. The tall man in the top hat and cape did this weird sort of hop and a skip, mostly weird because of how long and skinny his wiener was. Sorry, I choked on spit there. I sound dumb. I am dumb, bro. The world's dumbest Dumbo. Why would I, a Freemason, when I could be getting paid to Mason instead? Well, I think that's where they got their start. They learned a skill and then they build outwards from there. Someone talk to me. What's up, Joanna? How we doing, bro? Been listening to old live videos, waiting for a new live video. Nice, dude. I'm glad somebody likes them. It's kind of funny. Sometimes these lives can be a bit divisive. Some people really enjoy him. Other people have had just about a fuck enough of old Joel. And I think that's okay. I was born with that fucked up RNG where I'm old enough to be alienable, but young enough to relate to Zoomers, so I get to understand that hell, that both worlds at once. I mean, it's just whatever, right? I mean, I don't even think about the concept of millennial Zoomer stuff at all. It's just like, you're either cool or you're not, or whatever the fuck, you know? It's like, who gives a shit? But I know what you mean. Like, the world is strange. At least we have the internet. Grinds my gears when I do the deliveries and they tip me $5 for hundreds of dollars of food. I drive, pay for insurance, wear and tear on my car, gas, and they don't do that in the restaurants. Yeah, I guess like the perception towards like a driver for your food is like almost like less respected than a server within the restaurant, oddly enough, or like a bartender. It's almost like, yeah, fucking do your job. That's what it's supposed to be, but clearly it's like, you know, a bit of effort, especially like you said. But it does suck. You know what, that'd be a great business if there was like some type of insurance maybe. I'm not even really sure, but something you could pay into as like a Uber driver or like delivery service person, and everybody pools their money together like insurance to eventually pay for the wear and tear on the car, or certain aspects like that are covered. That probably would be so easily scammed though. I don't even know. You talk like it's your first time ever using a cuss word and I think it's so cool. It's true. It's pretty fucking cool, isn't it? Went to a restaurant once and had shitty service. I don't know why the place was dead. It's a good thing I double-checked the bill because already added their own tip. I know, isn't that strange? They just automatically do it. Thomas Fries, the 5. What do you think about the Illuminati? I don't know, it's like, what do you make of it? Like some people say that it doesn't really stop at like the Rothschilds. It like goes up to, we've talked about it before, like the 13 black nobility families or whatever, where it's like you got the white pope, which is the pope that everybody sees, and then the black pope, which is what all the Jesuits like answer to, I guess, like, which is kind of like the military assassin side of the papacy or whatever. And then you have the gray pope, who's like something Orsini, something Orsini or whatever. And like, he basically is just, everybody reports to him, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that in and of itself, that concept of like the Jesuits is just like a conspiracy in and of itself to like lead people away from where the truth actually goes. But who fucking knows, man? I mean, what can you even do? The Illuminati fell off. They did fall off a little bit. Black Pope sounds like a really good anime. That does sound like a great anime. Like, you don't get like a proper sort of breakdown of the hierarchies of the Illuminati that would be so perfect. Like, the only people that I could see doing it well would be the Japanese, because I mean, I feel like the Japanese are like slightly untouched by the conventional sort of hierarchical systems of the world. I mean, obviously they exist in the banking realm, and I mean, don't they buy all of the United States debt and all that kind of stuff or whatever? So they're obviously pretty intertwined with all of that monetary system, but at the same time, I feel like their ability to tell stories has not been polluted by like our Western censorship, Black Pope with a machine gun. I think they're real. Let's read the Illuminati is the reason why the British wife left me 2 days ago. Most likely, bro. The Rockefellers are the reason my check engine light has been on for 6 years. They took those kinds of videos off YouTube. Yeah, I guess so. You gotta go over to like Rumble or whatever the fuck to like find things now. I mean, but even then, it's like, I remember like early on being like approached to like join Rumble, and this was before everyone like hated Peter Thiel. But I remember one of the biggest like investors in like Rumble was like Peter Thiel, and now he's like the sort of dystopian antichrist like surveillance guy with like Palantir, right? Since he's the head of that, and he was in the PayPal mafia with like Elon Musk coming out of DARPA ran Stanford and all that kind of shit. And so you kind of wonder to yourself, like, oh, isn't it kind of convenient that all the conspiracy nuts get kind of like funneled into this one website where they can collect all the metadata and basically determine if there's anybody on there that actually has any like legitimate information if they wanted to siphon through it, or basically get sort of an overarching idea of what the conspiracy nuts are kind of like bantering about on the whole at this time. Because a lot of the times, just in all the realms of like politics and stuff, everybody's kind of just like parroting what the other person has been saying. I mean, we all just kind of like say the same lines. It'd be like Afro Samurai with that opening battle where he used his sword to cut the bullet into a million pieces and all the enemies died at once. That would be sick. Conspiracy nuts are back in season. I think you are one, honestly. You've gone absolutely bonkers and bananas. The tall man in the top hat and cape did this weird sort of hop and a skip, mostly weird because of how long and skinny his legs were, and then he bent at the knee and jumped. I watched him go from pavement level to the roof of one of those nice Georgian houses in one leap, which for those who don't know means he jumped about 40 feet in the air. I was just left standing there, gobsmacked at first, probably with my wealth. That's pretty deep. He's good. I was just left standing there, gobsmacked at first, probably with my mouth wide open, not moving or saying anything. I wasn't hallucinating. There was nothing wrong with my eyes, and there was no denying what I just witnessed. Because from up there on the roof, 40 feet in the air, the man in the top hat was now... The top hat, Jesus Christ. Because from up there on the roof, 40 feet in the air, the man in the top hat was standing there, looking down at me. He had the collar of his coat turned up, so with his hat worn fairly low, I couldn't make out the guy's face very well, but I could see that he was looking at me and could see how pale he was too. I remember thinking it had to be face paint of some kind because from the collar of his coat to the rim of his hat, everything underneath was deathly pale. It was nothing short of cinematic, and I remember that word hitting me right between the eyes before I started looking around for cables or cameras. See, that area that I lived in had all sorts of film crews turning up to use the old-looking... Do I own a top hat? I'm wearing it right now, yeah. Whenever I go and do my steampunk cosplays. What's up, Mike? That guy that does circumcision was chatting with the nurse who said I'm here for the tips. Why did the police station install new glory holes at the police station? So they could get more anonymous tips. You see, the area that I live at has all sorts of film crews turning up to use the old-looking buildings as backdrops. Peaky Blinders had been shot there, and so have The Crown and The Outlander. And so after that moment of sheer disbelief, my rational mind landed hard on, I've just walked into a film set. And so I looked around, having already walked up the street but checking again for any camera or crews or cables. But there was nothing. Nothing but a quiet, empty street. Just me and the man on the roof. It all happened in just a couple of seconds before I finally spoke up, but when I did, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this given the gravity of the situation, all I could think to say was, "Good God, man, how'd you do that?" Like I said, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. He didn't reply. He didn't even move for a second. He just stood there watching me in complete silence, and then turned and started carefully stepping up and over the peak of the roof in almost total silence. I didn't rush to follow him. I'm not stupid. and so I was a bit scared. But there was also the issue of it being the most mental thing I'd ever witnessed, and if I was going to go around telling people what I'd seen, I needed at least a shred of proof. And so of course I whipped out my phone, tracked back a bit, and then ran across the road to a side street which cut through the mains. Now you're probably going to get annoyed at British street design here, but in this side street, there's a back street, meaning I could use the back street to get around the rear of the house the man had jumped on and take a video of him while he was up there. I obviously couldn't prove that he jumped, but if I got a video of him walking around up there, or better yet, footage of him jumping down, then that seemed better than nothing. I ran into the back street, looked up, and there he was, walking down the slope roof with this weird sort of grace and poise. I didn't bother saying anything else at the time. I just opened up my camera app, put him in the frame, and then was in the middle of trying to get the thing to focus on the man. Oops. Then I just opened up my camera app, put him in the frame, then was in the middle of trying to get the thing to focus on the man. Tell Skinwalker story. I have a whole Skinwalker video like 2 weeks ago you could check out. It's doing quite well. I think you'd rather like it. You do steampunk crossplay at the Ren Fair. That's cool. She said she thought Grandma had a sister, and her sister thought my grandma had her. Oh, you're talking about. Nice. Okay. I didn't bother saying anything that time. I just opened up my camera app, put him in the frame, then was in the middle of trying to get the thing to focus on the man when he jumped. He disappeared out of frame, and I looked up to see him flying through the air as he got bigger and closer and closer and bigger. I realized that he jumped right at me, and I suppose it was the booze slowing my reaction time, but it didn't hit me how much of a bother I was in until he was almost right on top of me. I stumbled back, phone still tight in my grip, and then felt myself keeling over backwards. I was lucky not to brain myself right there on the cobbles, and the impact hurt like a bastard, but I'd succeeded in putting a good 10 feet or so between me and the man in that top hat. But only 10 feet meant that I could see his face a lot better that time, and as I looked at it, I started to think that it wasn't a man, or at least none like I'd ever seen anyway. Am I a Trader Joe's girly pop? I haven't been to Trader Joe's in forever. Something about Trader Joe's to me, like as a grocery store, just seems like you're on a movie set. I mean, if you remember Keenan and Kel, and like Keenan worked inside of like a quote-unquote grocery store, but it was like the size of a convenience store. That's just like the vibe that I get in Trader Joe's, where all of the aisles are like oddly designed, and then they're also like 3 feet wide, so it's like just enough room for you to escape before. It's like those libraries where like the bookcases close in on you. That's just what I imagine is going to happen at Trader Joe's. Like all the bougie shit's just going to close in and just like squish people if they're not paying attention. I hope we can get enough submissions. Yeah. Like I said, he was white as a sheet behind... Oh, did I miss? Trader Joel's. But only 10 feet meant that I could see his face a lot better that time. And as I looked at it, I started to think that it wasn't a man, or at least none like I'd ever seen anyway. Like I said, he was white as a sheet behind that upturned collar. But his eyes, Jesus Christ, they were massive. They must have been at least twice as big as any I've seen before, and they looked glassy and flat, almost like a fish's eyes. His nose was just 2 narrow slits where a nose should have been, and his mouth, it was like someone had slashed him across the face. It was like a wet, lipless gash, not any kind of mouth that I'd seen before. I think I was actually frozen for a second or two. Well, not completely frozen, but I remember not being able to do anything but scramble back away from him. Like some prey instinct was keeping me from just getting up, finding my feet, and running. It was so horrible that it was almost hypnotic, I suppose. Like when you see something you've never ever seen before and all you can do is stare dumbly at it, but that feeling didn't last long. Because the second he took a step in my direction with those long, skeletal legs of his, it was like this great wind picked me up and propelled me out of that back street. I ran faster and longer than I've ever done before in my life, looking over my shoulder and up at the rooftops the whole time. Now, I think I saw him one last time, too, up on a roof behind me, maybe 200 meters into what felt like a half-mile sprint. The sight spurred me on like you wouldn't believe, like bloody nitrous in a car engine, and it kept me going until I started feeling so dizzy I puked when I finally stopped running. I was maybe 100 meters into a dark park, so no rooftops in my immediate vicinity, which is the only reason that I felt safe enough to stop. Safe enough, that is, but not completely safe. I had this idea flash through my head that I should just call the police. I mean, that's what you should do, isn't it? When you're in serious trouble and you think your life might be in danger. But then all it took was the thought of what they'd say to think, I think I'm being chased. Just think, Joel, you could have many wives. What if I moved to Saudi Arabia? Loudly say, wicked witch of menopause, I rebuke you from the path or doorway, and old ladies will literally move out of the way before you even get to them. Perfect, I'm going to save that. Wet Lipless Gash is the name of my new band. That's hilarious. It is. That does seem kind of on the nose as far as the writing. Bit of a wink and a clam. But then all it took was the thought of what they'd say to... I think I'm being chased by a man who can jump 40 feet in the air. They'd asked me how much I'd had to drink or even what I'd taken, and then I was really unlucky and they might even arrest me for wasting police time. I mean, other than scare the crap out of me, the man, and I'm using that term very loosely now, didn't even do anything to me. There was no crime to report, at least not yet, as I was thinking to myself at the time. I didn't stop moving, and I didn't stop running completely either. My sprints became a light jog with brief breaks to walk so I could... Deep dark web stories? Can look into it. What even happens on the dark web anymore? Does that even exist? Is it even real anymore? I wonder what's next for interesting inventions. Seemingly all of it kind of comes from the government first, so I kind of wonder what the next big technological advancement will be. I assume it's going to be some bullshit with the Neuralink crap or whatever. What's up, Galactic? How goes it? I'm cooking while listening, making grilled corn and avocado salad, fish, and prawns. Prawns. Brazilian wax poetic. Imagine having more than one spouse. It's not just sexy time. The headache, also multiples. Yeah, you'd have to be like a king where they couldn't bitch at you, but I feel like they still would bitch at you. They would just do it silently or manipulatively. You'd be thinking that you're having a great time in your drunken orgy, but then they're just I don't like the way you jizzed on that one. That was just it felt like a betrayal to my heart. You better hope I don't strangle all your offspring when you're away on battle. No! My sprint became a light jog, with brief breaks to walk so I wouldn't collapse out there in the dark. I was also breathing so heavily that it made listening out for any pursuers almost impossible. My head was swimming. I felt dizzy and sick, but above all that was the fear. The most pronounced, unshakable terror that I've ever had the misfortune of experiencing. When I reached the park's exit, I almost didn't want to walk through it, and doing so meant being near more buildings and more roofs. And so as I walked looking up, barely checking the road before I crossed it, praying the man wouldn't be anywhere in sight as I walked into my block of flats. Thankfully, he was nowhere to be seen, and the first thing I did when I got upstairs was phone my friend Danny, who I'd been in the pub with not 45 minutes before. I was still breathing heavily when he picked up the phone, sounding half asleep and justifiably annoyed. But all it took was hearing how out of breath I was before he started asking what the matter was and what had happened. I actually did try and tell him. I tried telling him the whole story too, right from the start, but by the time I got the details about how tall the man was, the words got stuck in my throat. I just remember this thought entering my head, one that was lit up like the effing Hollywood sign saying, "He's not going to believe you." I knew he'd think I was making it up or worse, that... What would you say is the most meaningful thing anyone ever told you? Meaningful thing anyone ever told you. I guess the fact that no one ever really cares about you as much as you care about yourself, you know what I mean? So why give a shit all the time about external judgments or whatever? Like, even someone who comes in and says I sound dumb in the live stream, like, it's like such a throwaway thing. Like, I don't, whenever I think about who I argued with online, right, you say some stupid shit to somebody in response to whatever. It's not like I don't even remember their username. I don't even remember who they are or their perspectives. I just, like, say something throwaway and, like, move on with my existence. It's the same way, so you might as well not even give any weight to those people that matter not, Used to do random gigs here and there. I did one related to tech device that creeps me out. I wish I could talk about it, but I'm worried because I signed an NDA. I swear I'm not nuts, by the way. I mean, can you, like, hint to anything, or is it just you worked on some piece of tech that was cool? I mean, I assume it's probably something to do with telepathy, right? If it's related to Neuralink. What would you say is... Oh, yeah, you asked that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some other meaningful shit that's been said to me. Thank you for doing these videos. I love you in the totally platonic and parasocial way. Hope your day's amazing. Thank you, Tana. No worries, buddy. The new Cops episodes are hilarious. New to me, probably. We're about to have some even scarier ones here on Let's Read. That comment got to you, huh? Well, it's the... No, honestly, not really. But I guess so, yeah, objectively speaking, like... Because it's like I have this, like, weird obsession where I, like... This weird obsession with, like, understanding people's stupidity, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, if someone's upset about something, but they're upset with me, but it doesn't really make sense why they're upset, they're just sort of arbitrarily upset. I, like, want to understand their reasoning. Because then it just, like, it kind of comes off like they're just, like, a really low IQ creature. They're, like, more creature than person. Which is fine. There's a lot of humans around Earth that sort of, like, if you really think about the variations in, like, how people's brains develop, like, a lot of people just, like, have a bunch of fucking pudding in there, that's, like, got electricity zapping and glopping around. And that to expect any sort of, like, sentient thought outside of any sort of, like, somehow, like... the electricity from their brain to their mouth has made, like, a degree of a connection, which then also translated to their fingers on a keyboard, and it was able to convey the message like, "Meh, I'm not happy with you." And that's pretty much, like, what a large percentage of people are able to convey anyways, so, like, you can't really expect someone of that level of pudding, like that many ounces of pudding, if you would measure that instead of, like, IQ, to really be able to, like, formulate any sort of genuine criticism, but it's fine. It's fine. People don't even realize that female is actually an adjective, not a noun. Shake my head. Some people always use it incorrectly. Female. What if you're saying, like, that's a female? Over there is a female... Oh, you're right. Yeah, a female monkey. Or a female human. Well, I don't know, I guess words evolve. So if you're one of the people that agree with like the evolution of grammar, I guess it would be like a, you know, one of those sort of impromptu, non-formal evolutions of the word. How much pudding can my skull fit? My skull is fucking filled to the brim with pudding. It's always dripping out. You should watch Why Stupid People Don't Realize They're Stupid by Chill Dude. It's fine, dude. You know, I'm stupid. There's plenty of things about me that like I'm like mad about, and I don't even realize how fucking dumb I am. All of my little meaningless opinions, like they don't lead anywhere. Like I have no idea what's gonna happen in Iran. I could sit here and say like, oh yeah, we're all gonna get drafted and they're gonna send me off to die, but it doesn't really accomplish anything other than like tell people to like run away. Same with like, oh, it goes up to like the Orsini's or something. Like, what am I supposed to do with the black, the information of the black nobility? I don't do anything with that. It's all like, at the end of the day, I almost feel like applied sciences are just like so much more powerful than the concepts of like theory. Like, if you're not actually doing something with your life, objectively speaking, that's like bettering yourself or the world around you, then I'm not really sure much is being accomplished. Oh, you got tapioca in your head? Hell yeah. You just looked it up. Female can actually be used as a noun. Well, there we go. Problem solved. I'm just Amish, yeah. Dude, I've been seeing a lot. Like, I'll go on like long rides, places around Pennsylvania. You will see the Amish. And I generally don't know how that must feel to exist in like a little 3x3 like fucking box being carried by like two horses that are going 7 miles an hour, and then there's just like futuristic tech just like speeding by you at this speed of light, and at any moment one of them could just be like sending a fucking dick pic or something stupid as shit, and then they just like absolutely careen into the back of you and turn you into more goo on the side of the road. I turned 55 today, Joel. It's an odd how many things we have in common. You think like an old guy, or I think young. Yeah, I don't know. I've come to the conclusion I think my brain capped out at like 25, right? Like they say, and maybe yours did too. And then basically we're just like two brains that haven't really changed that much since I don't know. Do people really need all these like varying life experiences to understand reality? Not entirely. Like, my grandparents or whatever, they only knew like fucking 20 people throughout their entire existence, and I think they did just fine. Meanwhile, every day I scroll, it's like I have to see like thousands of just like better people than myself, and I don't even want to see them. I don't even want to know about their awesome fucking six-pack abs or anything of that nature. Everything about like social media is just like compartmentalized my brain and just made it a big fucking spattering mess. Leaving behind flint knives, fuckers, the archaeological record. Millions of years when the only flints left, they all know we were here. Yeah, I can rest easy knowing that they'll know about my flint knives. The Amish don't care about the Illuminati. I wouldn't be surprised the Amish like know more about them than anybody. They are the Illuminati. My family used to do cavalry reenactments. I live in a canvas tent and was a prairie child for 5 years. I joke from it's 1860, part of me wants that life again. I mean, you might be able to marry into the Amish. I knew he'd think I was making it up, or worse, that there was something actually wrong with me. And then, since at the time I was maybe 110% convinced there was nothing wrong with me, I made the on-the-spot decision to just change the subject. Then, since at the time I was 100%... You're married already? I mean, you could get divorced. There's people gotten divorced for less, so I think the opportunity to marry an Amish girl would genuinely be a pretty solid reason to just like call it quits. Then, since at the time I was like 110% convinced there was nothing wrong with me, I made the on-the-spot decision to just change the story. I reshaped the story to fit what I was feeling, so when Danny asked why I was so shaken up, I told him some guys had pulled a knife on me on the way home. And I lied and told him that I called the police and all of that, then I was just calling him after because I didn't just want to sit there and stew in it on my own. And we ended the call not long after, and then within a week I'd moved out of my flat and back in with my mom after telling her I was developing some mental health problems. And there were times I genuinely did believe that I was going mental, and everything I'd seen that night had been the symptoms of some undiagnosed brain tumor, or maybe I really was that drunk. Those 2 months that followed were, without a shadow of a doubt, the lowest of my entire life, and I had to live a double life, kind of, pretending my issue was one thing when really it was something I could never bring myself to talk about. Because if I told them the truth, or rather what I believed was the truth, then they'd have thrown me in some loony bin, or at least treated me like that, which I know would have made the whole thing 1,000 times worse. I ended up moving out of my mom's and into a flat that was basically on the southern edges of the city, literally as far as I could get from the place that I'd seen the man without moving out of the L postcode. I became a compulsive taxi taker, never walking anywhere alone after dark, and then outwardly... You heard the Amish don't have autism in their population. I'll be honest, after speaking to Amish people, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if maybe all of them are autistic. I'm just kidding. Joel, brother abandoned his dog at Joel's house. You left a dog outside my house? Shadow mode might be better for you, but he's got a few channels. Only true hackers will know the voice in those videos sound either like Seven or Knight from the Scammer Payback. I don't know what you're talking about. Live storytelling is one way around the adverts, I suppose, used to premium. Yeah, I don't really run any ads on the live streams. Maybe I should. Maybe YouTube would push this out to more people if they made money off of it, but I don't know. I just don't really think that the streams are really worth, like, putting a disruptive ad in the middle of, you know what I mean? Like, what's the fucking point? It'd just piss everyone off and I'd have less people probably. I became a compulsive taxi taker, never walking anywhere alone after dark, and then outwardly pretending the entire episode was just some mental health scare. But then inwardly, I knew, and still know, that it was nothing to do with my mental health. The doctors said it themselves. They said I was burned out from the breakup, as well as from overworking myself. But while I had been working a lot, I know that it wasn't that or the breakup which had me sleepless and depressed for like 2 months straight. It was something else, something I chose not to talk about because I know not a single sane person would ever believe a word of it. Ads during a live stream are horrendous, yeah. I got a dog? No. I don't know, someone said that they left a dog outside my house, but maybe they're talking to somebody else. A word of advice, never stand downwind of the Amish on a hot summer day. Yeah, I mean, I've gone into a Sheetz where like 4 Amish people are there, and it's like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like walking into a barn with like chicken shit and manure all mixed in together. It's like and like hot BO. And I get it, they work hard, you know, nothing against their lifestyle or even who they are. They make some of the most delicious food and awesome pieces of wood. But, you know, I don't know if whenever they kind of capped out their society in the year 1860, I don't know if like baths weren't invented quite then, but maybe they could bring, you know, it up like, maybe that's the one modern convenience that they could kind of adopt. I'm not sure. You heard a dog on my stream? Where'd you hear a dog? If you can timestamp it, I'd love to hear a ghost dog in the background. That'd be pretty funny. Alright, story 1 in the books. Folks, we did it. What is a dish known to be Amish? It's just a bunch of mishmash of bullshit. I guess you could say like shepherd's pie or something. I don't even fucking know. I mean, it's just really all the same basic stuff everybody eats. Modern bathing wasn't all widespread until the 1960s in all the Western world. Really? Like daily baths? So we all just like stunk like shit all the fucking time. Ugh. I do remember like going to like I have to fucking shower every day, because I just remember going on like a trip to the Dominican Republic where we like didn't get to shower for, well, they didn't get like a proper shower for maybe like 4 or 5 days. And I just remember like jokingly putting my like underarm up next to like a girl's like nose. And we've been working together for like a few days, so we're like friendly. And I just like was like, you know, put it up to her fucking nose, and she just like started gagging. And I was like, oh my god, I'm sorry. She's like, just like falls over. She starts grabbing her throat, fucking convulsing. Jesus Christ, what did you do to her, Joel? When's the last time you had a fucking shower? I mean, it's been a few months. I thought we were preparing for not having anything here. A few months? We just got here this beginning of the week. Having a better day today. My heart rate isn't insane like it was yesterday, and it kept going to 150 to 160 every time I drank salt water and chugged 6 liters of water. Joel, you killed her. Bro, I was landscaping 6 days a week in the hot sun. I got a shower at least twice. I know, right? Otherwise, you just like get fucking not just stinky, but get a little pimply. She got a taste of the pheromones. Couldn't handle it. I think she passed out from being so horny, probably. Do ads make anyone else irrationally angry? Like, thank God for the VPN. The ads are shorter and in Japanese, so you don't have to bother me as much, so I can tune out. Wait, do you get ads for the live streams? I certainly hope not. Fuck. I've lost my lip lubrication. How did I lose that? Oh. Ah, she blows. Alright. Anyways, what's new, guys? Ask me some hard questions. I like the one about the most interesting bullshit anyone ever told me. Of course, what was your guys? What did they ask? They asked earlier. They said, what was like the most sound advice anyone's ever given you? Do you guys have any most sound advice anyone's ever given you in your life? And it can be anything. It doesn't have to just be philosophical. Do I fuck with John J. Pershing? John J. Pershing. He is nicknamed Blackjack, was an American Army general, educator, and founder of the Pershing Rifles. Are you asking specifically about the rifles, then? Pershing Rifles. Society of Pershing Rifles, the oldest continuously operating college-level military drill organization in the United States. No, I'm not trained. You regret anything in life so far? Oh yeah, millions of things. What's the worst pain you've ever felt? I guess, like, whenever I hurt my back recently, like, just, every time I would, like, move and I would feel, like, searing pain, like, up and down my back and then to the point where I, like, would just, like, fall down. And it was like anytime I tried to turn in my bed, I genuinely thought I was like perma-fucked. Hey, Sabbath Lily, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. The only ads coming up on your live are for Grindr. That's weird, man. I'm just trying to find my target demographic is all. And a new boyfriend. Would you rather live in space, live in the ocean, or continue to live on dry Earth? I guess dry earth is all I'm familiar with. And probably the ocean. Space seems kind of boring. Best advice, never date anyone at work. There you go. If I lived in space, I could maybe become a new type. What's a new type? Fill up your own cup before thinking of filling up someone else's. True. What are your 3 biggest fears? Fuck. Bears. Getting eaten by little dolls. Getting eaten by an old woman covered in slime. What's the worst emotional pain you've experienced? Emotional pain. Emotional pain. Emotional pain. I have no fucking clue. What's your trippiest experience? Time warp, save your life, anything like that? Time warp, save my life. Fuck, dude. These are all amazing questions, and I just realized how fucking boring I am. Holy crap. My 3 biggest talents, I mean, I guess this page, right? I can squat 500 pounds, which was cool. Oh, man. I can talk like Donald Duck. If you had to carry us all somewhere to kickstart our cult, which location would you choose? Appalachia? Probably take you guys down to Argentina, somewhere in there, in the Patagonia. Roki with the 5 says, got a refund from YouTube a couple days. Your stream, what happened? You do not love me anymore? A refund? That's weird. Why would it do that? I don't know. How much did it refund you for? And like, does YouTube, do I not get a say in that? Like, that sounds like YouTube just kind of did it automatically or something, unless your like credit card bounced or whatever it's called, you know what I mean? I actually have no idea. The worst pain is insecure attachment and realize you didn't receive the love necessary to thrive. Maybe, I don't know. I feel pretty well adjusted to like existence, and I don't get too terribly broken up about the unacceptance of others, but I suppose it does. Maybe I just don't even realize it. Going south for the winter? I've thought about it, man. I thought, well, like, why do I stick around here? It wouldn't even be that hard, I don't think. I've never taken an actual baseball bat to the knee, but I've been hit by several thick branches about the same as bad enough for serious bruising. Would you rather live in Antarctica or South Korea? South Korea seems pretty cool this time of year. I don't know if I'd be able to find anything in Antarctica other than maybe the ice wall. Have I named my future kids? I feel like at one point I was going to name like a girl like Havana or something like that. Or like Cecilia, I thought was a nice name. But maybe I'll just name her Daquisha. Damn, the worst emotional pain. I guess I've had a pretty emotionless life if I'm not feeling like a ton of pain all the time. In 2015, I ended up suffering through a pretty serious illness, and it got so bad at one point that I had to go to the hospital where they kept me... It got so bad at one point that I had to go to the hospital where they kept me on nothing by mouth for 4 of the 7 days that I was there. The doctors put me through all kinds of tests, blood work, CT scans, everything. And then one night, when all the results were in, they gave me some of the weirdest news I'd ever received. The symptoms I was displaying were similar to those of what they called TSE, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. It was causing me to waste away physically and mentally, and if it really was TSE, then there was no cure for it. It was awful. My parents were devastated, my friends were scared I was going to die, and the pain of being told I had only 18 months left at best was something I don't think I couldn't put into words properly. But then, during the final 2 days of no food and water, I started getting better, and then on the 6th, after they gave me a yogurt and a bottle of water, I started to feel human again. And it really amounted to a medical miracle. The doctors had never seen or heard of anything like it, but more importantly, they had absolutely zero clue what might have caused it. But I think I do. In late March of 2015, I'd been single for about 3 years, and all that time, I'd only been on 2 dates. And then since... Japan goes from Finland to Hawaii from tip to tip. That's pretty wild, so it's like fucking massive. I was talking to a kid because he was asking about my Sony TV command. It was raining bad, and I mentioned the weather being worse in 2011. He said, I don't remember that because I was born in 2013. It's all good. It's okay, guys, listen. It's okay to be old. It's okay to have existed longer than somebody else. It's okay that there's a baby right now that you will eventually talk to when they're older, and they're going to be annoying and not understand you because they're fucking young and don't get it. And that's fine. You were that way once, and you will be that way soon. No one really gives a shit, and if you really care that much about age, then honestly, that's fine too, because sometimes old people can be annoying as fuck. But young people can be really... the only good people are the ones that are exactly my age and are me also. You were born in 2006. That's 16 years younger than myself. You pretty much missed Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, which isn't much, but... And then, since old man bars aren't really exactly the best place to meet young single ladies, I downloaded Tinder. And I must have swiped through hundreds of profiles in the first couple of days alone, and I did okay getting matches. But while I was having a lot of fun just chatting and getting to know a couple of them, I didn't get actual butterflies until I matched with Isabel. Isabel, or Izzy as she said her friends called her, was absolutely stunning. Her main profile picture was classy but very alluring, this shot of her in a pale pink nightdress wearing a silver heart necklace. She had olive skin, all this long, luscious black hair, and big brown eyes that looked almost bronze in parts. She also had these dimples on either side of her mouth when she smiled, and my God, was she beautiful. Her profile said she was 24, but she didn't look a... He missed Crash Bandicoot Cortex Revenge. That's a good fucking point, bro. If you're born in 2006, you might as well just give up because Crash Bandicoot and PlayStation 1. I freaking messed up my question. Would you rather live in Antarctica or North Korea? Oh, fuck. I guess no, I'll do my best in Antarctica, honestly, because... yeah, I don't think I could eat rice every day, you know what I mean? Her profile said she was 24, and when I asked, she said her parents had moved here from the Middle East many years before. Now, I tried to get a bit more detail on where exactly they were from, purely out of curiosity, but after she told me it was kind of a sensitive topic, I just dropped it and never brought it up again. Izzy was amazing, like a truly captivating young woman. She said that she'd moved up here after graduating from university with a history degree, and she said she'd moved to where I was after graduating with a history degree, and it was obvious from the get-go that it was her true passion in life. But she didn't just know a lot about history, she knew a lot about everything, to the point that I actually started to wonder if I was being catfished in some way. I actually joked about it with her, saying that I'd be awfully disappointed if it turned out that I was getting catfished by a 50-year-old history professor, but that's the point that we finally swapped numbers and shared our first video call together. And Izzy was no catfish. She was every bit as real as I'd hoped she was, and seeing her up close, at least via a front-facing camera, only deepened my attraction for her. Now, I already knew how gorgeous she was, but then to hear her voice, it was like someone dripping honey into my ear. It really was. The conversation flowed so fantastically. She was really easy to talk to and so interesting as well. So when the time came to end the call, as we'd been talking for almost 2 hours at that point, I was completely itching to ask her out on a date. And we ended up meeting the next day for lunch at this nice seafood place, and it was the best date I'd ever been on. It was great conversation, the food was good, but the one thing that really stood out was her voice. I felt like I could have listened to that girl read the phone book and still have been engrossed, and sometimes she'd stop speaking after asking me a question, and it legitimately would take me a minute to even formulate a single thought in my head. I was so embarrassed, but she was just... What's up, Pats? How we doing, buddy? How the pole slides. I've never heard that one before. What'd you say? I may have been born in 26, but I grew up with a lot of tech from the 90s. Southeast Louisiana didn't get out of the 90s until 2014. That sounds kind of awesome, though. I genuinely wouldn't mind, like, moving down south just to, like, I don't know, exist in a seemingly simpler... I'm not saying everything's simple down there at all, but it certainly seems slower going with a stronger appreciation for just day-to-day life, you know, and food and family and all that kind of bullshit. But, oh shit. Roki with the 50 said it refunded almost $200. The exact amount to buy 50 memberships got refunded. Yeah, maybe... I don't know. I have no idea. Let's see. Let's ask the internet. Why would YouTube suddenly refund someone their membership gifting if they didn't ask them to? $200 worth. I don't know. Throw it back, baby. Ooh, thank you, Roki. I'm gonna figure this out. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. I love living in Southeast Louisiana, but it's horrible. I don't know why anyone would choose to move to Louisiana. That's fair, honestly. So the most likely explanation, especially for a large gift like $200, is that some or all of the gifted membership batches never actually found an eligible recipient. Team YouTube specifically says if 0 memberships from a gifted membership purchase are claimed, the purchaser gets the entire purchase refunded. If even 1 membership from that transaction is claimed, YouTube says the creator receives their normal share for the whole transaction. So for example, if someone bought several batches during your stream and YouTube couldn't find eligible viewers who had allow gifts enabled, you could see something like $50 batch, at least 1 claim stays charged. $50 batch, nobody claimed, automatically refunded. $100 worth of additional batches, nobody claimed, automatically refunded. What? But how the fuck out of like 1 million and some people just don't have like the allow gifts thing enabled? They could produce a surprisingly large refund even though the person never touched a refund button. There's a few other possibilities. Google also can cancel reverse transaction because of payment verification or fraud/risk checks. Google says it uses automated fraud detection and may cancel transactions that are considered fraudulent or high risk. Pending transactions can also be canceled if Google requires the buyer to verify their identity or payment information. What's particularly important is whether the gifts were actually distributed. YouTube's current documentation says a gifted membership purchase is considered fulfilled once the first gift from that purchase is distributed, and gifted memberships are ordinarily non-refundable. I don't know. Maybe I thought it was fraud from how many went through, but I mean, I don't know how that would be logical for YouTube to perceive as fraud, because you donate all the time unless there's like something it needs you to like verify within your account, but I have no freaking clue. It could be a bug, I guess. A giant spider. Suspicious spending. I've had to use different cards for that reason. I see. It's a bit Yeah, maybe it was your credit card company itself that like requested the refund thinking that it was that. Maybe it's just AI. Maybe it's Maybelline. How do you allow gifts? How do you allow gifts? How do you claim and like to see your special content? Yeah, so let's see here. Let's see. Calculating. So you go to a channel that has memberships enabled, which would be me. You click on the join button on the channel page or underneath the video. Click the 3 dots that are stacked on each other, 3-dot menu in the membership window. Choose gift settings and then turn allow gifts on. Alright, well, I'll just copy paste that and put it in the chat. What's up, Victor Daniel? How we doing, dude? Alright, well, hopefully that clears some stuff up. I have no idea what's going on. I was so embarrassed, but she just thought it was cute. And the way she said, "You're so cute," and that velvety accent, I thought that she was going to have to scoop me up off the floor and carry me home in a bucket afterwards. And that's where we were headed, by the way. My place, and at her suggestion as well. We picked up a bottle of wine from a shop, caught a cab back to my place, and after a couple of glasses, things started to get heated. Now I know you're all desperately horrified at the prospect of me describing what happened, so I'll just spare you all those details. I'll just say it was probably the most romantic experience of my entire life, and by 11 p.m., when she explained that she had to work in the morning and had to go, I was head over heels in love. We kissed one last time before she climbed into her taxi, and then I went back upstairs and finished off that bottle of wine that we'd bought, just in a total state of a bliss. A bliss. It's like an abyss, but you're happy to be in the abyss. Oh my god. Guys, I'm writing that word down. A bliss. That's a new metal band name. It's like you fall into like utter darkness forever, but that utter darkness is like where you want to be. I'm falling for her too. Is this paranormal? I think it's about... Yeah, this episode will be paranormal. I think it's going to get weird here. Strass, welcome back for 10 months, big dog. We kissed one last time before we climbed into our taxi, and then I went back upstairs and finished off that bottle of wine that we bought, just in a state of total bliss. But when the next morning came, I felt far from good. I'd had some bad hangovers by that point in my life, like some huge stinkers, but I'd never felt anything like that the way that I felt when I woke up that morning. I felt sick as soon as I opened my eyes, but then when I rolled over to check my phone for any texts from Izzy, it was like my head fell off. My vision went all wonky and my stomach flipped, and then I barely made it to the bathroom before I spewed my guts out in the bowl. And I puked so violently that I gave myself a nosebleed. When I'd finished, I had broken all the blood vessels around my eyes from retching so hard, like this sort of mild rosacea that people only get from years of hard drinking. I tried to get a little bit of a drink, and with Nail, thank you for the 2, bro. Good to see you. And welcome back, Strauss. Thank you. He had sex with a ghost. Would you rather, but it's which Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Oh, like which Ed from Ed and Eddie would I like to have sex with? Probably Double D. Double D always seemed like the most femboy-esque one of the groups, so I feel like throw a wig on him and you'd never even know. Or it'd be passable, you know. Carol with the 5 says, "Hey Joel, hey Buttersuck Cole, just want to say quick hi. Moving my RV, well, a friend is, but I wanted to pop in for a sec. Have a great night all." Thank you, Carol. Good to see you. YouTube removed my whole channel by the same, no numbers. It's my band page, well, 250k subs, 300 videos, my premium monetization, well, everything since the AI crackdown. That's crazy. What the fuck happened? what was their reasoning? Just kind of used to think Double D was a girl. I think I did too. Maybe it's trying to trick us. A bit of a trick. Can you guess what drink I just popped open? Based on just the fizz? What's my favorite year and why? Favorite year. Let's see. I feel like 1998 was pretty cool. I remember just like a bunch of cool shit happened then, like mainly movies. But then also I feel like low-key being 8 years old was fucking sick and simple. And then I feel like 2004 was pretty cool. I think I was in like maybe like 8th grade or some shit at that point. And it was just that sort of like perfect middle ground of like an excess sense of freedom to do whatever you wanted in the summertime, but also like still feeling like somewhat, simplistic in your childlike ways. Like I feel like there was like a huge juxtaposition in my like class of people who were still playing like Pokemon Sapphire and Ruby, and then people who were going to like parties and getting retarded, which I thought was just a funny sort of back and forth. Carol, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Paul Hines, Evil Adam, Along Came Airy, Saxia, Allison Miller. Welcome, friends. 2012 was iconic because I thought that was good. Yeah, that was a good time as well. 2012 is when I graduated college. College kind of just sucked because it was so hard. You know what I mean? Can I sing you a lullaby? Go to sleep. Go to fucking sleep. Yeah, 2013 was kind of sick because that was where I like got my first like nursing job. And then also I remember like working the second shift, and then Grand Theft Auto 5 came out right after work, and I went with a bunch of people to Walmart to get it for the Xbox 360. And that was pretty dope. What's the longest in love I've ever been in? Not very long. Well, not like terribly long, but I don't know. I've just always kind of been like a solo writer, you know what I mean? And I guess that's by my own accord, but it is what it is. I've always had this topic in my mind. Mexico border stories. I got one extorted twice by Mexican cops. That shit's so annoying. Fucking border patrol bullshit. Hey man, you give us a little bit of money and we disappear. You don't? And we put you in the fucking dirt. Just finished my knockout sleepy tea. I'm fading fast. No worries. The Solo Jorker. They said I used AI to generate my videos and my music. They give me a copyright strikes for using my music on other channels. And for videos, of course, I used AI, but not from... What's the worst thing you saw as a nurse that still lives rent-free in your head? Oh, this one guy was just like in a pool of his own diarrhea shit. Like literally like filled up the whole fucking bed that he was in. It was pretty gross. And then this one guy, like when I was down in the emergency department, like just had his whole ass like ankle, like twisted backwards from some sort of like fall on a ladder. I forget what the fuck. And I remember like the one dude came in after crashing his motorcycle. Most of his fucking body was just like all covered in like gravel and shit from sliding. Honestly, I suggest everyone here to never ever ride motorcycles. I think they're just like, you're just like waiting to fucking die. But I just remember I felt so bad because like since I was like the student nurse in there, they wanted me to put the catheter in this dude. You know what I mean? This dude just crashed his motorcycle and they're like, hey, we got a kid from school who wants to grab your penis. Is that cool? And I just remember like, I'm like, okay, well, here, what did you do the thing? Okay, all right, here we go, and then I just remember the dude, like, I thought he was passed out, from maybe giving him pain meds or anesthesia or something, because it was like an emergency surgery type scenario, and he was just like, just fucking grab it, kid. Do what you gotta do. I was like, yes, sir. Right away, sir. I know several people who had motorcycles and are fucked up to stay from it. Dude, there was a kid in my school, like, senior year. Like, he was... I mean, he would look cool. You know, he was, like, a taller dude with, like, you know, leather jacket. And he had a fucking cool little Harley Davidson bullshit. And he would drive that to school. And then, you know, it was the kid on the bike, a kid on the fucking motorcycle or whatever. And then somebody, like, you know, transitioned over to his lane one day, not seeing him, crushed his fucking, like, crushed all of his ankle. Crushed all of his ankle and, like, the upper parts of his leg, just completely fucking shattered it. And basically he was just in this position where they're like, we have to remove your leg from the knee down, and that's it. And then just, like, now forever on, he's just a fucking pirate, you know? He's just missing a fucking leg, and I don't know. It'd be really fucking hard to deal with, you know what I mean? And then, and then there were some, like, Russian kids who, I swear, I don't know how many, I know too many fucking Russian kids who, like, just think they're cool on motorcycles. They're doing, like, wheelies down some highway and then just absolutely fucking eat shit and die, and it's just, like, it's like a common fucking occurrence. Was it true that people thought the world would end in 2000? Don't judge me, I wasn't born yet. Yeah, there was, like, some sort of scare about the Y2K, but I don't think it ever really gripped anybody, at least around me, too hard. And Jesus Christ, I thought I saw somebody, like, just walk by me right now. That was weird. And then, yeah, 2012, I think, had, like, a much stronger impact on the idea of the world ending because of the Mayans. Can you do student nurse stories? Could maybe look into it. So frustrating to see almost every biker on the road without gear or helmet on. It is really dumb. Like, it's really, really dumb to not wear just, like, as much you might as well, like, if you're not wearing a bubble suit while you're out riding a motorcycle, to me it just seems like you're riding, like, in a pod racer without a seatbelt, you know? Like, what's the fucking point? Am I streaming on my lawn? Yep. I tried to get a drink and some Tylenol down me so I could at least start to fight the hangover when I went back to bed. But my stomach wouldn't have it, and it was right back to the toilet to do it all over again. I texted Izzy saying that I felt like death, and she sent back, "Lol, I knew you were a lightweight," referencing a joke that she'd made the night before, but then followed up with some very heartwarming well wishes and ordered to drink lots of water and a ton of those little X kisses at the end. And that cheered me up a bit, but I still felt like death warmed up all day, and even when I did manage to get some sleep, I had the wildest dream. It was like a repeat of the previous afternoon because at one point, she reached out and started tugging at my shirt buttons. But in the dream, instead of tugging at my shirt, she had this long, ivory-colored thing in her hand, like a sewing needle, but all uneven towards the end where it looked like it had been carved. I didn't move or say anything. I just sat there, looking at it as Izzy placed the sharpened tip over my chest and chest. What do you think about the theory that the whole ancestry DNA testing thing is to find people related to certain entities or families? Oh yeah, we joked about that, related to, like, trying to find Anunnaki blood or some shit like that. I mean, one of the weirdest things to me was, like, the CEO of 23andMe was, like, you remember the CEO of YouTube's name was, like, Susan Wojcicki or whatever? And then, she passed away from cancer or something, but her sister was, like, the CEO of 23andMe. And, like, obviously, like, you know, what's it? Well, you know, it's like YouTube, Google owns YouTube, and then, like, the parent company of that is, like, ABC or whatever. Just, like, they're just like, I don't fucking know, ABC. And, like, so there's obviously all this, like, thought that, you know, YouTube has had large influx from, like, intelligence agencies and that kind of thing, which technically I work for the CIA then, right? But like, I don't know. It just seemed kind of strange. It's like the one thing, you know, the one thing they use to control everyone's like information, this sister. And then the one thing that they use to like collect everyone's like DNA and like siphon data, and then they did something like a little bit shady where they like sold the company, but like they like declared bankruptcy, then sold it back to themselves. I don't know. It was like almost like a weird way to like bypass the distribution and then the selling of like people's private genetic information, and it's not great. What if everyone supplying DNA to 23andMe has been cloned? I mean, there's probably so many uses. You know, I've been going through a little bit of, it's just like so strange to think, like, even just like going through the beginnings of the Jurassic Park book that was written in what, like 1994? Like, it goes into the very hyper specifics of like, just biotechnology and things like that, and how far back it goes, and the fact that you can like take certain enzymes and genetically modify them to basically cause heart attacks in people. There's certain things that you could genetically modify in plants so that they don't freeze in the winter. All sorts of stuff that would be worth like billions of dollars. And then you look at 23andMe, and it's like, imagine having like a large percentage of the population that you could, you know, compartmentalize all the data pertaining to like people's genome and all this kind of stuff, and the information that you could pull out of their ancestry. And it's just like, I don't know, you can create quite an interesting picture from that, if not, you know, put it into like other applied sciences. If you're a type O double negative, I think they have alien blood, specifically Cherokee bloodlines. I think they're Atlanteans. Oh, perfect. Did you see when they cloned the sheep? I remember that. They just acted like cloning was like off limits from that point, but presumably it's like, you would assume the people that were making clones like kept doing clones. They just did it somewhere else, you know? Either whether it's on like Zorro Ranch in like Nevada with like Epstein, or one of his islands, or whatever the fuck. Do you remember saying bye to your friends in December 2012? No, I don't think it was that. It was more just like a meme. There was like movies coming out and shit to like, but I think there was low-key like there was never like a definitive date in 2012 when we were all gonna die. So it wasn't as exciting as you would think. What could they really do though with the genome? Let's see. What do... Let's get to the bottom of this. They need to legalize stem cell. I thought they did. It's not Joel's voice being cloned, it's cloning Joel that they have been after this whole time. They need me for my double negative Atlantean blood, so they can make a perfectly sized sex doll. It's the most supple butt. Alright, so mass identification, familial tracking. If authorities have access to a sufficient large DNA database, they wouldn't necessarily need your DNA. A parent, sibling, cousin, or even distant relative could potentially narrow down your identity through genetic genealogy. This basic technique is real and has been used in criminal investigations, although access rules vary considerably by database, congressional research, blah, 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 who cares? Create a genetic map of the population. The theory is that the government could combine DNA with names, addresses, medical records, ancestry, social media, and other databases, and effectively build family trees covering much of the country. That's technology conceivable in principle, but there's no evidence the U.S. government processes a secret, complete 23andMe-derived database. Predictive profiling. More sophisticated theories say AI could eventually use enormous genetic data sets to estimate things like disease susceptibility, ancestry, physical traits, biological relationships, or possibly behavioral tendencies. The first few categories have specific basis. Claims that DNA could reliably reveal whether someone will be violent, political, rebellious, intelligent, etc., tend to massively overstate what genetics can tell you. Genetic discrimination, eugenics, blah, blah, blah. forensic surveillance without your consent, ethnicity-specific bioweapons. At the far end, you'll see claims that the huge consumer DNA databases are being gathered so governments could design weapons that attack particular ethnic genetic groups. There's legitimate national security discussion about protecting large-scale genomic data. But the idea that 23andMe is secretly being harvested for an operational race-specific bioweapon program is unsupported. Human populations overlap genetically so extensively that a clean weapon that only kills ethnicity X is extraordinarily problematic scientifically. Cloning, engineered humans, yada yada. So, there you go. That gives you a rabbit hole to dig down, I suppose. I went down a lot of rabbit holes lately. Probably because I'm a furry, huh? What if they want our DNA to find cures for things, like the one lady who had such a rare DNA that she alone saved thousands and thousands of lives? Granted, hers was stolen and she was never told. Well, there you go. Yeah, I'm sure there's so much shit that, they can access that we're just, completely clueless to, because I don't know what the fuck's going on with the genome or how the fuck to replicate DNA or anything of that nature. Unsupported sounds like something AI would say. Yeah, I mean, that's all it ever does. It, tells you stuff, but then it's, creates a degree of deniability so it doesn't make you schizo. What do you think of 1969? Isn't that when we landed on the moon? On the Skloon? I didn't move or say anything. I just sat there looking at it as Izzy placed the sharpened tip over my chest and started to push. There was no pain at all. I didn't even feel or act alarmed at what she was doing, but at the same time, I could feel every inch of it pushing into my chest. I could feel the pinch of it penetrating, and then this sort of cold, probing feeling running deeper and deeper into my chest. But as strange as it felt it didn't feel bad. It actually felt kind of good. I remember looking back up at her in the dream and seeing her smile, and that made me smile too. Then, as I felt another pinch, I looked back down at the small ivory spear. I could feel it against my heart, cold and sharp. Then, as Izzy pushed some more, the pain started. I say pain because the only way that I could keep our DNA to create society after collapse, just like the seed, the horde in the Arctic. Yeah, it's true. Just get a bunch of us, and if you have the genome, you wouldn't have to start humanity all the way from the beginning. You could just create all the clones from modern times. Or who knows, maybe you could even use the genetic DNA to create simulations of people's consciousnesses. Literally, maybe, right? If you had just one strand of DNA that eventually formulates your brain or some shit, and who you become technically, you could just represent that consciousness in a computer system and then infinitely torture us forever. Beautiful. I just can't deal with things I can't change more. It's just inviting insanity. Yeah, not much you can do. Don't most Americans not believe in the moon landing? No, I mean... No, I would say most of them do believe in it, or just aren't thinking about it that much. I don't know. That's the unfortunate thing about the media and the representation of what America is, if that makes sense. Obviously being European or what have you, everybody's going to think every American's just a big dumb retard and et cetera, which sure, whatever. But I mean it's such a massive place with so many subsects and cultures and concepts and individual people that it's just impossible to really sit there and make sense of all of them as a larger group. That being said, no, I don't think the moon landing's real. In space, no one can hear you cream. I knew a girl that thought the Titanic was an inside job. I think the Titanic might have been. I mean, they talked about the fact that the people that were on the Titanic, some of them were ones that were going to challenge the Federal Reserve, or the creation of the Federal Reserve, which, goes back to Jekyll Island, if you recall that. I mean, I remember even on Twist of History, whenever we covered that episode, there was just something about the way that the story was presented in that. I'm not saying it was incorrect or anything. It was really fun to record, but it was just like they didn't have the key to open up the binoculars and see the fucking iceberg coming. Oh, whoopsie. You know, it's just like such a fucking like romanticized concept. Like, oh, just didn't have the key, didn't think to bring a spare. You know, it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. They couldn't crack open the fucking binocular. I don't know. Just whatever the fuck. I say pain because that's the only way I can describe it. It was this sharp burning feeling, one that only intensified as my heart started beating faster and faster. But while I was most definitely scared by it, it felt weirdly nice. Obviously, it was still quite scary, so in the dream I looked back up at Izzy, but her face was all wrong. Her eyes, her nose, her mouth, her hair, none of it was where it was supposed to be. And then after one final shove of that little spear, I woke up soaked in sweat and on the verge of puking again. I didn't, but I didn't dare try to keep any food down until much later on, and the whole day was a complete write-off. I phoned in sick to work that night and everything. And then for what little of that evening I was awake, I was texting back and forth with Izzy talking about how much fun we'd had. We agreed to meet up at another restaurant a few days later, but when that day came, I realized that I still wasn't feeling tip-top. I felt cold and shaky and had a runny nose too, so I thought that since I'd probably be anytime a huge Hollywood film is made about an event that's fabricated, it kind of seems that way. Like, I look back on the fact that we kind of like, just everything we kind of believe is based off of some stupid fucking Hollywood movie. Whenever they sit there and say that it's like, we try to get it as historically accurate as possible while also still romanticizing all of it. Like, I don't know. I look at like the Mark Zuckerberg movie and it just seems like total nonsensicalness. There's proof of those events to this day, the moon landing though, not so much. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember there was like, the only thing about the moon landing that I kind of lean towards is the fact that maybe Stanley Kubrick did film his moon landing situation, you know what I mean, after the fact. Like maybe they went to the moon, but as they were coming back through, all the radiation from the sun that wasn't protected by like the atmosphere ruined all the footage, right? And then they come back to Earth and they're like, oh, our footage is like half fucked. We need someone to like film this and fake it so the Soviets don't think we're assholes or something. And then, you know, they approached Stanley Kubrick because he like just did 2001 Space Odyssey or some bullshit like that. I don't know. The documentary is really interesting because basically it like shows all of these strange parallels and like symbolism that Stanley Kubrick may or may not have put into the movie The Shining to indicate that, you know, he filmed or faked the moon landing. And then whenever he got to his movie like Eyes Wide Shut, where it was like talking about like Illuminati like sex parties and shit like that, that's whenever he died or what have you. Where were you in the 2013 during the Boston Marathon bombing? I remember I started my first official nursing job January 7th, 2013, as at a nursing home. And then I remember like it was kind of, you know, it's winter out here in Pennsylvania at that time, and I just remember like going through the process of like learning, and I was like shadowing one of the ladies or whatever at the nursing home, and then we just come out on the TV and it's like, there's been a fucking big old explosion. And then I was like, ah, fuck, here we go again. Pretty sure we have tons of evidence that the landing sites exist. We have moon rocks. Okay, that's good. And you know, honestly, I don't even know. It can be whatever. I do want a moon rock. That's my birthstone. That'd be sick as fuck. One from the moon, can you imagine? But Yeah, who fucking knows? Who cares, I guess. Why wouldn't the Illuminati want people to know that they have cool sex parties? Are they stupid? I don't know. They don't want you to come to them. They only want the hottest of the hot, which is basically just me. I'm the only one allowed there, and they just sit there and watch me jork it on stage while playing piano. Winter in PA has made me believe we entered a nuclear winter. It's unlucky. What's up, Maxine? My birthstone was the one I passed for my kidney. Yeah, you just keep it. Your gallstones. Well, his sister wasn't even alive during 9/11. She's 24. She came back to life afterwards. She was born out of the ashes. Wasn't there several bombings during around the time of the Boston bombing marathon took place? I don't remember, honestly. I just remember, like, low-key, I think, like, 4chan had kind of, like, figured out who it was. But then they, like, I don't know, I thought they, like, quickly switched it up or something to those brothers. I have no clue. I felt cold and shaky and had a runny nose too, so I thought since I'd probably messed up my immune system with that hangover, I'd caught some bug from someone the next day in work. I didn't exactly want to go giving it to Izzy, nor did I want to be anything but my best self for her, so I gave her a call and explained that I felt cold and shaky and had a runny nose too, so I thought since I'd probably messed up my immune system with that hangover, I probably caught something from someone else. I didn't exactly want to go giving it to Izzy, nor did I want to be anything but my best self for her, so I gave her a call and explained that I wasn't feeling so good. But that didn't seem to put her off at all. She asked if it was cool if she came over and that she'd bring me some food and something for whatever I needed. I couldn't really say no. I was dying to see her, and if she wanted to come over and nurse me for a while, then who was I to deny her? And that night was equally romantic, not because she did anything, but purely because of how sweet Izzy was. She'd cuddle me, ask me if I needed anything, then ask why she didn't mind. Can you please stop spitting on me when you talk? Oh, sorry. Just like under the desk. I was accused of committing the 9/11 attacks when I wasn't even born yet. I think that guy who accused me was schizophrenic. Well, were you? Who knows, man? All this shit's so fucking crazy. Everything is insane and I can't wrap my head around it. She'd cuddle me, ask me if I needed anything, then when I asked why she didn't mind risking getting sick, she said, "I don't care. It's worth it." I'd never had a woman say anything approaching that level of romance to me before, so I was only too naturally smitten. And Izzy brought a couple of pizzas around, nothing too fancy, but it really hit the spot, especially seeing as she had bought them. Now I know I sound like a complete simp, as the kids say, but honestly, I was hook, line, and sinker, and by the time she called it a night around 11, I was walking on the moon. We didn't even drink that much either, just a beer or two from what I had left in the fridge. But then the next morning, I woke up on the couch with no memory of how I got there, feeling sick as a dog again. But then as I'm hugging the bowl again, feeling the blood run out of my nose, I remember the dream that I had the night before and the way that it all comes rushing back to you for just a deja vu second before fading away. Again, it was ultra vivid, like crystal clear in parts, and I had my hands tied behind my back and I had a black cloth sack on my head, but I knew I was somewhere at night and somewhere with flaming torches because I could see the orange glow of them through this thin fabric. You feel like you just turned 30 even though I'm 36. I had that thought the other day too. I was like, I just came to terms with the fact that I'm 30 and now I'm 36. It's like, oh, fuck me, man. And it's like it's weird. It's like as soon as you turn 30, it's like you can't really just like chill. You kind of have to like hit it hard and understand that 40 comes way faster than 30 did. It's fucking wild. What is considered old? I guess it just depends, you know what I mean? In the context, like, if you're standing outside of a school, probably 36 is pretty old. If you're standing outside of a nursing home, you're the captain. You ain't old until you're in your 70s. I would disagree with that, but when's the next collab with Lazy? I don't know, anytime, honestly. I haven't even thought about collaborations in like a while, I guess. I should do them more often, though. I remember when the 2011 tsunami in Japan happened. I do recall that. It seemed like it wasn't as important in the news, though. I mean, obviously it was, but I just feel like I didn't hear about it too much. But I knew I was somewhere at night and somewhere with flaming torches because I could see the orange glow of them through the thin fabric. There were two people on either side of me, and as they led me forward, I could feel how cold and wet their hands were. I could hear a whispering sound as I walked, so it sounded like there were a lot of people there. But then as I was led up onto some kind of stage, and someone took the bag off my head, I could see the creatures gathered in front of me were anything but human. The men on either side of me were nowhere to be seen, leaving me wondering if they'd ever been there at all. Joel X Netanyahu collab when? Me and him are gonna drink coffee together, no AI. Went from black hair at 30 to salt and pepper at 39, but that's just genetics. Yeah, it's whatever. It happens, man. Just let it ride. Hit the gym. Live your best life. Eat not so much sugar. The ghost stories that came from the Japan tsunami are scary as fuck, like taxi drivers picking up ghosts. That is terrifying. Japanese, like, paranormal stories are some of the creepiest to me. I don't know, you work hard, you see the disappointments, you see what life is handing, you start to realize the small things don't actually matter. You want to enjoy life. Time only seems to speed. Yeah. Speaking of which, did you hear about Hayden? I hear she passed away, but like, what was the deal? Did someone kill her? Do we know how she died? Some were saying that she was like trying to expose something, but I'm curious what that would be. The men on either side of me were nowhere to be seen, leaving me wondering if they'd ever even been there at all. But the things crowded in front of the stage were like this great mass of liver-colored worms, all writhing and slithering together. It was a truly revolting sight, and the sounds were enough to turn my stomach, but my eyes were quickly drawn to someone else, and that someone being Isabel, who appeared only a few feet away. And you know in a dream where you can't quite see someone, but you still sort of know they're there? It was like that with Izzy. She had these robes on, these long, dark, flowing robes, but while I couldn't see a single scrap of skin or hair on her head, I knew who it was. She turned and ushered me forward, and even with how frightened I felt, I stepped towards her and obeyed when she told me to kneel. And it was almost the exact feeling as that spear she pushed into my chest. How would she expose? She was an active actress. It was just like something to do because she was a child actress, so like this is just speculation I heard. I don't know if any of it's true, but someone was just saying like maybe she was about to talk about basically being purchased, you know what I mean, as a child actress, like when she was younger, used by someone within the acting realm or whatever, and then potentially killed for that or whatever. no verification on that, and I'm not trying to, like, demean her death or anything, even though I'm sure someone would contrive those words as such, but, you know, wouldn't be surprised, man. Hollywood's, I think, if anything, from all the shit that we've seen, it's like Hollywood's pretty fucking fucked up. Is everything a conspiracy now? Nope, not everything is conspiracy. But certainly curiosity, for sure. She turned and ushered me forward. Even with how frightened I felt, I stepped towards her and obeyed when she told me to kneel. It was almost the exact feeling as the spear that she pushed in my chest. I didn't want to kneel. I knew something bad was going to happen, but at the same time I couldn't stop myself because obeying felt way too good. And after kneeling, Izzy had me shuffle closer to the crowd than that writhing mass of dark, shining flesh that sounded like whispers as this thing. Do I remember where it was March 11th? What are you fucking asking, bro? Like, asking these fucking detective-ass questions. Where the hell were you on March 11th, 2020? January 26th, 2020? What? Like, what? Like, is it COVID-related? Like, what are you talking about? I'm a 3,000-year-old vampire, but I look like a 4-year-old girl. Feels like the other way. It feels like a month, but as a kid, it felt like forever. I know, right? Even just the idea of, like, traveling in a car for, like, an hour was, like, pain. Hayden was talking about something that would incriminate a lot of people, but also most likely related to larger criminal syndicates. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Celebrity deaths, I don't believe most of these celebs actually die when they claim. I mean, I'm sure it just depends. A werebear. Conspiracy is a word made by the CIA to discredit. I mean, I don't know. Any sort of just like generalized discreditation of someone's like thought pattern, even if it is just kind of like out there, is just almost like lazier than like the conspiratorial thought, you know? Just like let the person think, and if they think something interesting, you know, you haven't become the one to like put them down. I know you're Christian, but have you ever had an experience to make you wonder if reincarnation is real? It's like I'm inclined towards Christianity the most, I would say, but like there is that 5% of me that's like, fuck, man, maybe we do just like go into like samsara or whatever it's called and return, you know what I mean? Like kind of like a tear or like a water droplet, like whenever someone cannonballs into the water, which it would be like God, or like a consciousness of all of us interconnected as water droplets, and then whenever someone cannonballs in there, we detach from, you know, the great being of the ocean, and then fly up into the air, and then that's life, and then we return to it and connect, and it just repeats over and over again. If you could be any animal, what animal would you be? Probably a fucking orca whale. I think orca whales are just like the greatest creature on planet Earth, like as far as animals go, besides humans. For me, it's the one thing that holds me back from having blind faith. That's totally fair. Have you ever had a faith crisis or broken down your belief system to the point of considering atheism? Yeah, definitely. But I just don't really think atheism serves anybody well. Like some of the people that are just like so staunchly atheists, it's like, sure, man. Like whatever. Like enjoy just sitting there being grouchy all the fucking time and there's no hope or no whatever. Doesn't mean they can't live the good life and whatever. I'm just saying, like, at the very least, wouldn't you be considered like agnostic, or is just like everything needs to be poo-pooed away? I just feel like it creates such a degree of negativity upon the people who are always atheist. Religion is a man-made creation by the same entities that control the world. That could certainly be it too. I mean, maybe all the Abrahamic religions are just created solely to keep us in order, but also like fighting with each other whenever they need them to. I was struggling with depression by big time in 2020. I struggled with for years, to be honest, until last year when I went through an intense counseling. Wait, what's my... My cat's trying to hack up a hairball. Shit, poor guy. No, Joel, I'm agnostic, and the point is to move on and live your life. No, like I said, I have no issue with agnosticism, or I have no issue really with atheism either. And I totally understand. Yeah, he's good. He's just like hacking up a lung.
What's the matter, buddy? Come here.
That is weird. Normally he like gets the hairball out, but it's my hairball, yeah. My butt hair. After kneeling, Izzy had me shuffle closer to the crowd, that writhing mass of dark, shiny flesh that sounded like whispers as these things slid and slithered over one another. She then shouted something I didn't understand, and a voice that wasn't hers either, and when she did, the slimy slithering only intensified as the thing's excitement seemed to grow. I looked to my right, to where she was standing, and just in time to see her pull a curved dagger from her robe. Oh my god. What the fuck is this story? I guess it's just Creepy Dream story. Welcome back to Creepy Dream. Where's my fucking lip balm? Sorry. As a Hindu, I believe in incarnation, but like when I die, my soul goes back to the source, and the source sends it back as a new incarnation when the energy has to return here. That's gotta be weird. I wonder what that feels like. Not weird, but like, how does that affect like most people's day-to-day life? Like, is there a motivation to live a really good life, or is it kind of just like whatever the fuck? Favorite lip balm? I just like this Aquifer lip protectant plus sunscreen. I don't know. Some people don't like Vaseline and all that kind of shit, but it just stays on for a long time and supposedly protects the lips from UV. I had a sad dream about a birthday party for a bee. When the bee went to blow out the candle, it got burned alive. That's awesome. You should animate that or draw that or paint that maybe. Oh, you like that one too. That's funny. That's awesome. I looked to my right, to where she was standing, just in time to see her pull a curved dagger from her robe. Before I could say anything, she grabbed me by the hair, jerked my head to the side so I was facing the crowd, and then started cutting my throat with the dagger. I felt each slice as she cut deeper and deeper, and then felt my own hot blood spilling down my front. But just like that small, thin ivory spear, I couldn't feel a single ounce of pain. The exact opposite, in fact. It felt good. She was cutting deeper and deeper into my throat, and so deep I started to be able to feel it surging down my throat. But while I can't be 100% certain, I think I was smiling when it was happening. I wanted to smile anyways, and it felt like I was. It's just like it was in the first dream. Do you believe sunscreen gives you cancer more than the actual rays from the sun? Oh, that's a good point. I have no fucking clue. Sorry, I'm just checking on my cat. It's weird that he was hacking up like that, but it was just dry. Normally if he has a hairball, he's like got something to bring up, so I don't know why it'd be. Sounds like fucking asthma. But his like litter box is all changed and everything, so it's, I don't know. Not beating the emotionless allegations. Pertaining to what? I am a robot. The original AI. Wearing sunscreen to bed. Daniel Garcia, welcome to the Buttersauce Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Hey Joel, at work, didn't see anything weird in the White Mountains. Sorry to disappoint. Have a good one, everybody. Hey, no worries, Pete. I'm glad you got to get out there. Hopefully Pradeep's not possessed. I feel like we haven't really read any, like, possessive stories. First-person possessive. And just like with the first dream, the pain didn't start until Izzy hit something, and the second time, that something was my spine. Have you ever hurt your back and you got that sort of white-hot electric twinge of pain? I felt that in the dream and heard this loud, coarse herk, herk, herk as the dagger's blade cut through a joint and my head was freed from my body. I watched my body slump to the ground, landing with this loud thump. And it was upon hearing that thump that I jolted up in bed. Panting, with my heart racing and sweating like you wouldn't believe. My sheets were so soaked that I had to go sleep on the couch to actually get comfortable and stay dry, hence why I'd woken up there the next day. I felt like death all over again, and that's the point where I started to think that I was coming down with some sort of genuinely bad illness. But just in case, I thought that I better check with Izzy, in case we got massively unlucky and it was some kind of food poisoning. And then imagine my sort of semi-relief when she replied that yes, it must have been a stomach bug because she'd been up all night herself going to and from the bathroom. We had left the pizzas sitting on the counter for a few hours, and those emergency beers had been there for about 6 months, so I figured they might have contributed too. But regardless of how crap I felt, my spirits were still surprisingly high. I was in love, kind of madly so. And that prevented me from seeing something a lot of you reading will probably have seen since spotting by. If you were a lady, what would your name be? Probably Sarah. What religion do you think your cat would believe in? Probably Hinduism. Absolute Zen state at all times, meditation 18 hours a day. Taylor Swift was in Toy Story? Who was she playing? Probably Woody. Put Vaseline on his front paw? Why? Will you just lick it? Let me check on him again. Where'd he go? Oh. I'm like, where'd he go? He's like sitting at my feet. You okay, Stinky? What's the matter? Oh my goodness. Good boy. He's good. He's rolling. He's doing his rolls. He's doing his rolls. I made a video about how the US is the only country besides New Zealand that allows for direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical ads. That's true. Joel is too pretty to be replaced by Sarah. Sarah! I was in love. John Madden. I was in love. Maddeningly so. And that prevented me from seeing something a lot of you reading will probably have seen. What the fuck is this saying? A lot of you reading will have long since. Alright. And that prevented me from seeing something a lot of you reading will have long since spotted by now. I told her about the dreams. I'm not completely soft, but she just thought it was funny, and she texted me back saying, "Oh my God, you're obsessed with me, aren't you?" And God help me, I kinda was. I thought she was the best thing that had ever happened to me, and like a friend of mine said, the weird dreams were probably the result of the booze, the excitement, and the sleep deficit from the late nights with her. We agreed that I should take it easy and focus on getting some actual rest so I didn't completely burn myself out. But even though I did some serious chilling over the next 48 hours or so, clean eating, bed rest, all that, I felt worse and worse and worse. There were other dreams, but let's just say these ones might get your video flagged if you read them out loud. So just picture the other dreams, but way, way more graphic. They're kind of besides the point by then anyway too, because my primary concern was my physical health, which was failing rapidly. But since I'd made up in my mind that it was just a bad bout of food poisoning, I didn't do anything about it until I collapsed in my apartment. I just remember feeling faint and then waking up on the floor with my head pounding. And then after calling 911, I limped downstairs after packing a bag with a few essentials. I waited for an ambulance and then off I went to the hospital. You already know what happened next. The scans, the blood tests, this mysterious disease, and then a miraculous recovery. Why do cats and snakes have the same eyes and hiss? Because they're predators. It lets them like hone in. Well, I don't know if they have the exact same eyes per se, but the sort of like slits allow them to like hone in on one target that they're about to pounce on. Ozzo, thank you for the 2. Joel's part in Tales from the Gas Station, was he a clone of a clone of a clone? I have no fucking clue. I usually just like read my parts and then send it off. I never even listen to the full fucking thing. You already know what happened next. The scans, the blood tests, the mystery disease, and then a miraculous recovery. The dreams stopped too, though. Not right away, but they got sort of weaker, less weird and intense, and then after one of those 7 nights in the hospital, poof, the dreams just stopped. And that was about the same time that I started feeling better too, and then within a few days I was discharged and back on my feet again. But the person I called, once I was feeling well enough, was Izzy. You see, we'd been texting almost constantly right up until I'd been admitted into the hospital, and then she just suddenly dropped off the map. And while I had and still had my suspicions about her, I wasn't quite ready to believe them yet. I didn't call to accuse her of anything, I just called to see if she was okay. And after all, she'd had the same food poisoning that I'd had. Maybe she ended up in a hospital too, but when the call connected, and I heard some lady saying, "The number you have dialed has not been..." And when the call connected, and I heard the voice of a woman saying, "The number you have dialed," basically saying things had been disconnected, things started to make some sense, I think. It was her. It was Izzy, I believe, making me sick. I don't know how exactly, if she was putting something in the food or drink when I wasn't looking, but those are the only 2 options that really make any sense. I ended up asking the doctor if they thought that I might have been poisoned by something. She said it was possible, but no substance she was aware of could cause symptoms like the ones I showed, not without being radioactive. Like the thing they put in that Russian spy's tea years ago to assassinate him, if you remember that. I still don't know what that girl did to me, but I know she did something, and there's not a person alive that can convince me otherwise. I think I know how she did it too. Not the exact science of it, but I do know how, because when I think about it, it all started the moment that I heard her voice. As for sunscreen skin cancer thing, I joked about getting natural cancer from the sun to my friend. She laughed and said it's the sunscreen causing it. I remember it was like something, like the only thing I've seen related to that conspiracy concept is that like something about like the oils, the seed oils that might be used in certain food products, that if you consume them, it's something about them staying in your system and then within your skin for like the epidural layer of your skin for like a long period of time, and then interacting with, like basically mutating when the the oxidative stress of like sunburns or something of the UV light and all that. So it's almost like the seed oils amplify the potential mutations or damage and oxidative stress within like your epidurum, or whatever the fuck. Who's eating it? Not the... Like, the seed oils are pretty much, like, in everything, though. Okay, story 2 of 4. Dunzo. Thought it was the benzene. I'm not really sure. Epidermis. The epipenis. I sun my butthole to keep the melanoma away. That's good. Keeps the hemorrhoids at bay. And the poop. Monsters. Okay. One of my favorite collabs. There's a few narrators I've been listening to for over a decade or more, and I owe them you all for putting me to sleep when my mind says no, so thanks. You're welcome, Sins. Thanks for listening. My skin gets dark when I let it. My son, however, glows because he's so white. He gets SPF 1 trillion. Hey, Rocker Red, what's up, dude? I'm in the medical field. It's hard not to correct false claims. Who knows, man. Science is always changing, and information is potentially kept away from the public. You just truly never know. So I've been a professional writer since my late 20s, and I consider myself a very lucky man. I love my job, and even the quote-unquote bad parts, I'd still rather do those than work construction or drive trucks or just about anything else you can think of. And I mean no offense to those that do that, but every pot's got a lid that fits just right, and mine is writing. I've enjoyed almost every project I've undertaken, even the ones that felt like a grind to have to improve me. People in the medical field can be wrong too, by the way. That means nothing to me. I know, a lot of people like to appeal, and I'm not trying to start an argument or anything like that, but there is a lot of like appeal to authority within the medical field. But I mean, you got to make your own choices within the autonomy of your own body, so it's good to do your own research. Otherwise you're just going to get like people that are just educated within those particular school systems, which does benefit, obviously to a large degree, but information is, you're not impervious to just being wrong. I've enjoyed almost every project I've ever undertaken. Even the ones that felt like a grind have improved me as a writer. But there's one project I undertook, about a year after going full-time, that not only did I fail to finish, but had me questioning my own sanity. So in the winter of 2018, I was doing some research on what's called the Powder River Expedition. Now, for those that don't know, it was a military operation undertaken a few months after the Civil War ended, which pitted the U.S. Army against the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho in Montana and the Dakota Territories. And as a result, I was spending a lot of time in the microfilm room of a university library in Colorado, chasing footnotes, reading after-action reports, and poring over letters home that... This is interesting. I think sunscreen isn't bad. Some are bad, but there's good ones there just because you're in the medical... Right. No worries. We're not trying to argue. We're just... Do what you want your body, that's all. Yeah, totally. I totally agree. 100%. 150%, dude. Joel, what's your favorite Arrested Development character and why? I mean, I guess it was just Tobias. Tobias was always so funny. Especially when he was like... the British made it made no fucking sense, but like he just made it work, even bought like the little fucking Mini Coupe car and drove on the wrong side of the road and said he was from Liverstool. It's just, I don't know, so much of that show felt like a Family Guy episode, but like in real life, but it still like kind of like worked within the context. I mean, I truly did love all those characters on Arrested Development. That like I wasn't a huge Jason Bateman fan until I watched that show, and I used to just think he was kind of like a pretentious jerk, but he's incredibly funny, he's incredibly talented, and even though he's always just kind of the same guy in most movies, like he just gets it done, and it's good. And you know, like all of them were just like the mom, the dad, the fucking brother as the magician, like all of these like hilarious concepts, like the girls, they've gone wild, you know. It's like just so much, like, I don't even know. You watch an episode of that, and then you watch like the reboot, and the reboot was complete dog shit, right? You know what I mean? And just because it didn't have the same writing, it didn't have the same pace, it didn't have like the same sort of rhythm, you know. Who's the most overrated actor in your opinion? Well, I mean, for a while there, I was like not a big fan of like Pedro Pascal or anything like that. But that's the one thing that's like really weird about like modern stuff is you have like someone, like everything is based on just like momentum, right? So like, you know, we finally get like one new actress with the girl from Obsession getting to be like Rogue. Like to go from like basically paycheck to paycheck streaming on Twitch to essentially like an indie movie, and then now you're like basically going to be a guaranteed millionaire as Rogue in X-Men. That's fucking awesome. But the fact that like we always rotate through the same fucking actors and actresses over and over again, like I don't know. You get kind of fucking sick of seeing people just written into movies. Joel just admitted you wanted to kiss him like the whole rest of the world. He would, honestly, it seems like he would have kissed me without my consent anyways. Probably because of his terrible, crippling anxiety. I don't know, dude. Why do we even trust any of Hollywood? Do we not just assume, based on everything we've seen occur within the realm of Hollywood, that like every one of them are just like weirdos or like covering up another weirdo? Like, can we, you know what I mean? Because like to solely exist within that realm is to be aware of these things, whether it's loose-lipped or not. You know, it's just I can't have, and the fact that all of like their political opinions are all so uniform and the exact same fucking thing, it's just not impressive. Like there's not a single aspect of Hollywood that's even remotely impressive anymore. All the stories suck. They're all fucking boring. The only like place you can even like break into it anymore is within the realm of horror, because it's like relatively untouched, I guess. But I don't know, man. I'm just fucking over all of it. And that's why people watch like podcasts. That's why people watch YouTube, because you needed something to fill your time. But like there's just like hundreds and hundreds to thousands of filters that like someone's script goes through before it eventually makes it to your eyeballs. And if you don't conform, you're canceled, ostracized. Exactly. Yeah, and then the Diddy side is like, it's like you got the Weinsteins, or like like Harvey Weinstein type stuff in Hollywood. You got the Epstein stuff within the politics. You got Diddy over in the music industry. It's like all this shit just sort of like has been existing and like as like an open secret forever. You know what I mean? And I don't even know how one can find success outside of like independent content creation. Pedro's literally like everything, like all the new Spider-Man casting, the same cast for the Odyssey and Matt Damon and Ellie, and yeah, exactly. It's who fucking cares. Same with, nothing against Holland, but it's like the Zendaya stuff. Like there's just so many roles that Zendaya has gotten there. I'm just like, dude, she should not have gotten this fucking role. Because to me, like the greatest actors are the ones that can like method act and change, and you don't even know who they are when they're in the movie. You're like, wait, that was so-and-so? That was Daniel Day-Lewis? Like that was fucking, I don't know. Like I want more of that. I just want people that actually like can character act and like take the roles very seriously, and you don't need to like carry the movie just from like the name alone. Like I can't even fucking, I don't even know what movie I've been to with like The Rock in it. Like if I ever see a movie where it's like The Rock and fucking the little black guy, like I'm just like, get me the fuck out of it. Like when I saw Jumanji, like when was Jumanji 2? Why did they even make that? I don't even know. All of these films just feel like fucking tax write-offs, but then they somehow make $1 billion. Maybe they're huge. Maybe China loves The Rock. Oh, my favorite guy. Actors need to just act. They get paid to regurgitate other people's scripts. Who gives a fuck what they think? Nothing they do. Original thought. Well, it's like you just can't. You're like not allowed. And yeah, it's boring because it's not like you're going. And then like in this modern day where like most people's politics are just like the most superficial. I'm not saying I've got some like crazy insights to anything, but you've heard it all, right? You've heard it, but it all just sounds like a parrot of a parrot of a parrot. And, you know, they're all just like virtue signaling for some nonsense that's like in the moment, just like vying for attention at any given cost. But they're also like vying for attention that doesn't quite hurt their image in the eyes of like some almost like borderline religious style of thinking. It's just fucking weird. Unfortunately, the amount of social media followers an actor has plays a big role, no pun intended, in the amount of roles they get. Where's my fucking movie role, bro? Cancel culture is deeply shifted too. I mean, at this point, like, I would agree to some extent that cancel culture just doesn't exist. Like, you obviously, they can cut off your bank account. They can say you broke terms of services and kick you off the platform and all that kind of stuff. But it only goes as far, you know, socially as you allow it to go. You know, so if celebrities just say what the fuck they think and then just roll with it, like everybody just around them rolls with it and says, well, go fuck it, we don't care about your opinion, go, you know, like that. But it's funny because then you do kind of see that, like with the director of like The Boys. You saw that with the director of The Boys, like, or the writer of the show, Kripke or whatever his name, like you saw all of them, they like got on their social media and like, this is all to all the haters, fuck you. And it's like, isn't it kind of odd that all of your opinions are just like somehow uniform? It's not like you're fighting against like some overarching control system. It almost seems like you exist within the control system to generate a false sense of like rebellion that's not actually fucking real at all. Like, you're not actually rebelling anything. You're just, it's almost like you're all from the same exact church. You all believe the exact same pretentious nonsense. And then anytime anybody gives any criticism or opposing perspective, you either ostracize them or just tell them to go fuck themselves. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. This is like the state of our culture where there's no like actual like healthy debate or discussion anymore. It's just like, you're evil, you're evil. Shia versus Sunni. Let's go. America style. The Boys is a depraved, disgusting garbage show. And first, season 1 was sick. And that seems like how they kind of do it now. They're like, we'll give you one season of a good show, and then we just like completely fuck it up. As a result, I was spending a lot of time in the microfilm room of a university library in Colorado. As a result, I was spending a lot of time in the microfilm room of a university library in Colorado, chasing footnotes, reading after-action reports, and poring over letters home that had this gross sort of self-congratulatory tone, which comes off as extra grody when you know the entire expedition was essentially a failure. But while doing my research, I noticed 3 separate instances that referenced a nameless brevet. Only the unproblematic will remain in Hollywood, working all 5 of them. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's got to be like a strange feeling knowing that you just exist in Hollywood as like this tool, that there's no, I don't know, there's nothing unique about you. Like, sure, you can act whatever the fuck, but you're just sort of, that's all you are, is just sort of like a nameless, faceless entity that people can like program. I miss the days whenever like people in Hollywood actually like piss people off. It just doesn't exist anymore. Success brings money, money brings in better and more people, the more chefs in the kitchen, the worse the dish. Yeah. Or like, you know, people start to extort money or like lie to the investors and that kind of thing, and then you get crazy lawsuits. They'll use anything and everything to divide us, and they're good at it. It is really good, honestly. And it sucks because, like, even if you're, like, not really into, like, the left-right divide, like some people are, the fact that they're into it is, like, trying to say, like, I don't use money, right? Say you just, like, say, well, I don't use money. But it's like everybody else uses money, so you just got to go along for the fucking ride. Or it's like saying, like, I'm actually not at war. Hey, guys, just so you know, I'm actually didn't pick a side in this war. But then all the retards are warring with each other, so you're just, like, caught in their dumb actions, right? You know, you just, like, get caught in between and have to, like, deal with whatever fucking terrible decisions they make. Everyone wants to be the pusher. When someone tells them, they get mad. Do you think The Rock, John Cena, and Dave Bautista broke out of the wrestling view as actors? I mean, The Rock, like, I couldn't give a fuck about less, you know what I mean? Like, he's a nice guy, I'm sure, maybe, I don't know. But I don't consider him an actor. Like, it's impossible. Like, when you see The Rock in a movie, like, I don't see, like, some, oh, this guy deserves, like, an Oscar, and what a, he deserves to be in, you know, Broadway, and he's, you know, it's just, he's just a fucking creature. Like, he's a big, roided up monster that just exists solely to, like, look at the camera and be like, huh, you fool, you dumb, that's not, you're dummy dumb, Minecraft, big movie coming out soon. Yeah, right. Oh! And then a woman kicks him in the balls or something. And same with John Cena. Like, Dave Bautista is probably the one that's, like, done the best, where he can, like, has existed as these entities within the acting realm, and, like, not, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like whenever I see John Cena in a movie, it's like walking into a kindergarten to, like, pick up your kid, right? And everyone's 5 and they're small, and then for some reason there's John Cena, fucking 260 pounds, 6'2", you know what I mean, and he's got a binky in his mouth, he's like, Daddy. It's like something just doesn't quite fit. Now I guess he kind of fits into, like, maybe like a superhero thing, but I'm pretty over the fucking superhero shit. Do you smell? Do you smell? But while doing my research, I noticed 3 separate instances that referenced a nameless brevet captain from the 7th Cavalry. He was a company commander, meaning he was in charge of about 100 officers and enlisted men. Yet in stark contrast was... Cena has cancer. Oh, great. So yeah, let's never criticize him ever. Yet in stark contrast with just about every other cavalry captain from that time, there were no biographies, no collected papers, not even an old photograph or painting of the man. It was an unusual problem to be faced with, but not an insurmountable one, as all I had to do was email a few archivists and have them do a little digging on my behalf. They're mostly volunteers, so it's not unusual for them to take up to a week to get back to you, but when they do, they're normally very friendly and very helpful folks. But on this occasion, and along with those claiming not to have anything in their archives, I received a bunch of very unusual replies. A couple very politely, Bing chilling. Yeah, he did a fucking apologize to China video. Like, that's just like if ever there's a way to, like, sell your soul to Satan, it's to do a fucking, like, Bing chilling apology video that will forever be, like, your legacy. Like, at John Cena's funeral, it's just going to be a picture of him, like, eating ice cream, saying how much he loves, like, the Chinese Communist Party. And nothing against him, but, like, that shit is just so astoundingly spineless, but also kind of understandable, I guess, because if you want to make money and do that thing you want to do, which is be a big, massive superstar, I don't know. A couple very politely suggested I look elsewhere, but one guy up at the Wyoming Historical Society returned just a single line saying, "We don't keep files on that man." And I remember sitting there at my computer thinking, what the hell's going on here? Because talk about a wall of silence, you know? But I dig, So to people like me, it was less of a wall of silence and more like a patch of soft soil that I could sink my shovel into. Now, I know I should have just left it alone and that I should have taken the goddamn hint that I had the chance, but instead, curiosity got the better of me and I kept on digging. I thought I was blazing a brand new trail, but I know now that it was one that many, many others had abandoned before me. Now, with what little information I had at hand, I started piecing together a rough biography of a man that I'll only refer to as the Captain. Now, I knew he served on the plains in the mid-1860s as one of those mid-level officers who was only remarkable because something went wrong. Accounts were fragmented and often secondhand, but those that did survive described a series of actions against Cheyenne bands that Cheyenne. Apologizing for recognizing Taiwan. Yeah, like how fucking weird is that? Like, I think China's one of the most terrifying aspects of like modern reality in like some strange sense, because it's like this weird sort of not untapped capital, like obviously like you saw it occur with like Blizzard, like one of the players at like a Blizzard I think it was Hearthstone tournament or something like that. Like some kid got kicked off the Hearthstone team or disassociated from Blizzard because he, said like Taiwan #1 or some bullshit like that, like recognizing that the sovereignty of maybe Hong Kong or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I don't give a shit. I mean, I do give a shit, but it's like the fact that like how dystopian the concept is that this dude that's the head of China is like now written into the constitution that he's just like their god king forever. They have like concentration camps for the Uyghurs, and then even though they have lots and lots of money to give like foreign capital, they just like, you can't say anything about their party or anything like. But then everybody just pretends like they're cool, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, the Chinese people are great. I love them. I know lots of Chinese people. They're awesome. But it's just like, the fuck are we gonna sit here and pretend like the government's awesome and that like our own citizens should have to like take a fucking knee to that, It's just such a weird goddamn thing. Yeah, no, they don't even. What I think is Xiao Jinping should fucking recognize Pennsylvania for what it is. The goddamn keystone state of America, baby. China's control over their citizens is what's planned for the world. I mean, it certainly seems that they desire that, like, some sort of social credit system, and it's so fucking lame, dude. It's so lame. And honestly, when you ask, like, Chinese people, like, what you think about the government, I have never met a single fucking Chinese person who's like, yeah, it's kind of sick what they're doing to the Uyghurs, or it's kind of sick, like, how they, the social credit system works, and it's kind of, they never, like, I've never heard any of them, like, talk bad, and it's kind of weirds me out a little bit. Maybe, I mean, I know you can go to China and have a great time, but, I mean, to just be, like, stopped by their police so they can look through your social media posts, I guess that's happening in the United States anyways. You can't get fucking citizenship if you question a certain nation. I'm Taiwanese here. To be very honest, China isn't as bad as people portray them as. A lot of it is propaganda. Many of my friends work in China. They're actually not as bad as Western media says. Alright. All my criticisms are completely removed. Someone's from Taiwan. Yeah, but what about when they invade? Like, don't you... I mean, it's like... I'm pretty sure we're anticipating, like, a war with China in 2027. I'm pretty sure the Pentagon has already allocated funds for the anticipation of said conflict, where it's only going to take them, like, 7 hours to, like, invade and, like, take over Taiwan. So when that happens, are they going to be, like, not that bad? Like, I just... You know what I mean? Like, who knows? Maybe it'll be a very kind taking overing. A very gentle invasion is what it was. You know what they should do? They should just call it in. Taiwan should just call in early and surrender. Just like pre-surrender and like let them know. Just have China tell you where they're going to be, what they're going to do, and then just be a smooth transition of power. Accounts were fragmented and often secondhand, but those that did survive described a series of actions against Cheyenne bands that winter. One report appeared to have been written by a junior lieutenant. What's up, Zampai? One report appeared to have been written by a junior lieutenant many years later, but it was one that, to my surprise, had never been officially filed. It claimed that following a night mission to reinforce a beleaguered group of infantry, the captain and his men came across a Cheyenne encampment at dawn. The captain ordered his men to surround it, but found no men of fighting age, only old men, women, and children. And since there were no braves, they were needed elsewhere, and the captain's men believed that they'd just simply move on to meet their objective. But not only did the captain order his men to bind the natives' hands and feet and then keep them prisoner in their own teepees, he ordered those same teepees set alight, and despite the objections of his own men, as stated in the junior officer's report. Oh, and despite. There's a lot of propaganda, especially with China and Russia, because the U.S. are scared of them for different reasons. Also, Taiwan law still follows many Chinese laws back in 1945 that never changed it. Dear Joel, why do you call Pennsylvania Pennsylvania? It's a native thing to the area. Yeah, it's just like referring to the concept of like rural Pennsylvania, you know what I mean? Like, because most of Pennsylvania is just like a series of living domiciles surrounded by forests and stretches of highway and farmland, and it's just very rural location. I mean, outside of like Philly and Pittsburgh and Harrisburg or fucking Reading or Erie or Lancaster and all that kind of shit. Lancaster. Lancashire. It's also the reason why they rushed the fake moon landing. Who did that? Who rushed it? Isn't it crazy how all of us just know everything all the time? We're all so smart, aren't we? We've got it all figured out. But not only did the captain order his men to bind the natives' hands and feet and then keep them prisoner in their own teepees, he ordered those same teepees set alight, and despite the objections of his own men, as stated in the junior officer's report. Another fragment record in the 1910s, this one taken from an interview with a former cavalry scout, mentioned another incident in which Cheyenne infants were taken from their mothers. The captain ordered his men to take the tiny children by the legs and smash them against rocks as a thrifty method of execution. This time, his men didn't dare object, as those that had experienced a series... Those that had... I'll say this, though. Taiwan heavily relies on foreign energy, like literally 90% of Taiwan's energy is bought, not self-made, so all China needs to do is cut off the coastal waters, not missiles. Yeah, imagine if, like, the United States has diverted most of their naval support to, like, say things really kick off here in Iran, and that's, like, where the big conflict sort of takes place. Presumably, that happens. I'm going to speculate. Presumably, it continues to escalate into the end of the year. Maybe, say, in September here, in, like, a month. September 28th, just to throw out a date. So hypothetically, it starts there, and then, like, once, you know, we're spread so thin or, you know, so bound so tight to the conflict that begins in Iran, then, you know, wouldn't it be relatively easy for them to go after Taiwan or fucking Guam or whatever the fuck? The Chinese have functionally colonized Africa. Yeah, nobody ever really talks about that. It is quite strange. Joe, are you low-key YouTube trash? YouTube trash. I mean, I guess my channel is just slop to you, huh? I'm just a big pile of slop. All this propaganda about China invading and attacking Taiwan is totally a waste of time and illogical. China doesn't need to fire one missile. There you go. The economy is what's going to really trigger a new reset. Yeah, it seems like shit's just going to get fucking a little expensive. Costume ideas for Halloween? No, I really don't want to fucking think about fucking Halloween. We don't have manpower logistics chain to fight a real war. Pete Hegseth wants more testosterone. I don't know, man. I think so oftentimes we blame these conflicts on like the current in power hierarchies of like the executive branch, which is like understandable. But I really do wonder, like I'm like, half of these conflicts seems like they've been like planned years and years in advance. I just can't for the life of me imagine Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or any of these people just like casually coming in as like random citizens and then just somehow having like military tactic plans figured out in their head. Like and then half of them even like operating remotely efficiently, you know what I mean? So I'm just thinking like there has to be a continuity of something within either the Pentagon that has all this shit planned out years in advance, or something completely and utterly separate from any aspect of our actual government or any of the branches. Runner Chick with the 10 says, thank you for always being consistent with uploads. These are my bedtime stories. You're welcome, Runner Chick. Thank you so much for listening and the support. What are the odds that we are the good guys all over the world fighting bad guys in their backyards? I mean, we're just an empire, right? You know? There is no such thing as good in reality, honestly, at that point, outside of just like maybe universal comfort, I suppose. Like, it doesn't feel good to get blown up. But if I said you were a bad guy later, I guess it's, you know, makes sense in someone's head. Good in many ways is just whatever the book tells you, or whatever, like, you know, social pressure convinces you is or is not good. That doesn't mean I don't operate based on, like, you know, my interpretations of how to treat others universally, but it's still a lot of the manner in which I treat others well is solely based on like my contextual cultural upbringing, you know, so it's completely and utterly different than what's considered good elsewhere. I guess it's all gray winners, right? Yeah, sure. Go live in Taiwan and see how things are like. Most young Taiwanese people like myself like China, support them. Only the older generations don't like China. Many Taiwanese people to talk to. Yeah, I guess maybe it won't get really bad until things escalate. Have you heard about what people are planning for Halloween? Take down the flock cameras. I don't know if it's actually real. I don't know. I would never encourage anybody here to ever put themselves in a position where they could get in trouble with the government. If you look at what the CCP government had done in Taiwan for over 80 years, yeah, I'm not familiar. This time, his men didn't dare object, as those that had experienced a series of rather unfortunate accidents in the fights that... Wait, what is this saying? His men didn't dare object, as those that had experienced a series of rather unfortunate accidents in the fights. What's up, Illusion? How we doing? Excuse me. Do you tap your merch like a good boy influencer? Tap my merch. I don't know what you mean. This time, his men didn't dare object, as those that had experienced a series of rather unfortunate accidents in the fights that followed. The language he used was detached, but to me, its meaning was clear. The captain, possibly in collusion with a loyal few, murdered his own soldiers while disguising them as battlefield casualties. And yet, while I knew such a scandal-rich subject would make for a thrilling piece of writing, the detail I felt tied the whole story together. Why am I not, like, understanding the pacing of what they're saying? The detail I felt tied the whole... Jesus Christ. I listened very close to the last video and figured out that the birds are there and they're quieter than they used to be. Thank you for your great closing shift. Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Abby. God bless thee. I was in Vietnam 1. The DLC just came out. Vietnam 2. Vietnam 2 has a lot more Prostitutes. While I knew such a scandal-rich subject would make for a thrilling piece of writing, the detail I felt tied the whole... Yet while I knew such a scandal-rich subject would make for a thrilling piece of writing, the detail I felt tied the whole story together was this. After destroying yet another Cheyenne encampment, this one following a hard-fought gun battle against a group of braves, a dying medicine man was said to have cursed the captain in his final breaths. The exact words were never written down. The account merely spoke of the dying man pointing and speaking. The captain reportedly laughed, but just 2 weeks later, his unit was ambushed in a fight that became little more than a historical footnote, and he was killed in action. His company continued under new command, but within months they suffered a series of devastating setbacks. A night ambush that should have been detected took a dozen. Took a dozen. So you're telling me China's going to waste billions of dollars in a war against the land which is like a little island for what? China wants Taiwan not to be controlled by the U.S. I don't know, maybe it'll really quick. Maybe they'll do it super quick. It's only going to take one day. China is not that bored. They play the long game. Taiwanese society is shifting already. Many young generations want Taiwan to join China. That'd be quite the long game. No watermelon tonight. It's a little racist enigma. The night ambush that should have been detected took a dozen. A fever that tore through the ranks took... China this, China that. I'm trying to get some booty. A night ambush that should have been detected took a dozen. A fever that tore through the ranks took 24 more. At one point, their supply wagons vanished on open ground and were later found ransacked. And then yet more men got sick and died through drinking bad water. And by the following summer, what was left of the captain's company rode with Custer at Little Bighorn and died with him on the ridges above the plains. And yet it appeared the curse didn't stop there. The captain's bereaved family also suffered terrible misfortunes. A ranch in Nebraska was sold at a loss. 2 brothers were robbed and shot by road agents outside of Omaha, and a cousin apparently disappeared after a mining claim went sour. That last thing could have been the guy skipping out on a debt by changing his identity, but as the paper trail ran thin, it left me wondering if he hadn't befallen a fate of a darker variety. Yet even so, none of this is particularly remarkable in the history of the Indian Wars. Atrocities happened, the officers who ordered them sometimes died young, and sometimes their men met hard ends. And the same could be said for the captain's family, for as Hawthorne himself said, families are always rising and falling in America. But since the fog of war around this particular man was thicker than most, I found myself determined to share this story with the world. Now, once I had all my research together and I'd planned on how I was going to structure the piece, I got to work on it from my home office. The first section dealt with the burning of the village, and with it being such a terrible and weighty topic, I wrote with care and stuck to my sources, mentioning only the ropes, the fire, and the sound of screaming Cheyenne women and children. I pretty much ran on just coffee, and after taking a quick break to grab a cup, I decided to detect this... Oh, fuck. Things are finally getting paranormal. Right now, China's using EV cars as soft power in video game companies and through entertainment. Yeah, honestly, Chinese games are Chinese games are pretty damn good. It's kind of impressive. Joe, I can't goon because my dad next to Mev. You can't goon because my dad is next to me. Have him join in. I pretty much ran on just coffee, and after taking a break to grab a cup, I began to detect the smell of burning coming from downstairs. I ran back down to find smoke pouring up from a counter. The toaster had shorted, with the plastic casing having melted onto the countertop. I called an electrician, who later traced it to frayed wiring behind the outlet, and he said it wasn't uncommon in old places like mine, so I cleaned up, opened the windows, and went back to my desk. Because what else could it have been other than just some coincidence? And then 2 days later, I reached the part about the infants. Just like the TP massacre, I kept the language spare, with no tasteless embellishment whatsoever. And then once I was happy with it, I saved the file, and then walked to the corner store since I was out of coffee. Now, I've been going there for years by that point, and having a little back and forth with the guy behind the counter always lifted my spirits. But then on the way back, something smashed into the sidewalk next to me. It was a roof tile from an old building, one that had just come loose and fallen and landed only about a foot from my left shoulder. I stood there longer than I needed to, brushing grit from my jacket, and told myself Jesus Christ, I have a fucking lisp. It's probably Xing Jinping. Gave it to me. Look at the Taiwanese GDP, 26.6% of Taiwan's total exports and 19.6% of Taiwan's total imports. So why is China allow Taiwan to have such high numbers? Think about it. Let's think about it. Taiwanese GDP, 26.6% of Taiwan's total exports and about 19.6% of Taiwan's total imports. Why does China allow Taiwanese to have such high numbers? Think about it. Let's think. What are we thinking? Let's think. General Tso's chicken. I'm gonna phone a friend. I'm gonna put this in my calculator. Are usually being to imply China secretly permits Taiwan to prosper, therefore the conflict must be faked or coordinated. The trade relationship is real, but that conclusion doesn't follow from it. The key thing that the 26.6% isn't Taiwan GDP. It means that 2025, 26.6% of Taiwan's merchandise exports went to mainland China plus Hong Kong. Taiwan's imports from China plus Hong Kong were 19.3% of total imports 2025. And the answer to why would China allow that is actually pretty interesting, because China benefits from it too. A huge amount of Taiwan-China trade historically hasn't been China generously buying Taiwanese consumer goods. It has been an integrated manufacturing chain. Taiwan and designs make chips and components. Ships from China, Chinese factories assemble the electronics, and finished products are sold around the world. So abruptly strangling Taiwanese trade would also hurt Chinese factories, exporters, employment, and technology companies. Taiwan has been extremely important to the semiconductor and electronic supply chains. CRS notes that roughly 90% of the world's advanced semiconductor production has been based in Taiwan. There's also an important distinction in the word allow. Beijing claims sovereignty over Taiwan, but it doesn't currently administer Taiwan. Taiwan controls its own customs, taxation, companies, currency, elections, and trade policy. China can pressure it economically, but it can simply issue Taipei an order saying your exports may only be $X. And China actually does use economic pressure. Beijing has withdrawn preferential tariffs on Taiwanese products, imposed and reinstated tariffs, restricted certain Chinese imports, and tried to increase Taiwan's economic dependence on the mainland. CRS describes Beijing simultaneously using economic incentives to pull Taiwan closer and economic pressure against policies it dislikes. There's another fact that makes the numbers particularly revealing. Taiwan's dependence on China is failing, not rising. 2021, China plus Hong Kong equals 42.3% of Taiwan's exports. 2022, 38.7%, it's going down. 2025, 26.6%. And in 2025, the United States overtook China plus Hong Kong as Taiwan's largest export market, taking 30.8% 26.9% versus China's 26.6%. So I wouldn't look at the 26.6% and conclude, aha, China must secretly be okay with an independent Taiwan. I'd draw almost the opposite conclusion. China and Taiwan became enormously economically intertwined. Beijing gained leverage over Taiwan, but China also became dependent on Taiwanese business and technology. Taiwan recognized their vulnerability. Taiwan has spent years deliberately shifting trade toward the U.S. and elsewhere. That's what makes the Taiwan situation unusual. You can have extreme geopolitical hostility and enormous trade simultaneously. In fact, sometimes the trade relationship itself becomes part of the geopolitical struggle. If the person's argument you're quoting is essentially, if China really considered Taiwan an enemy rebellious province, why wouldn't it economically crush it? I can take that argument seriously and show you the strongest version of the case for it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess it's pretty complex and interesting, I suppose. Do you ever wonder, is it possible that AI bots could join a live stream as a commenter here? I mean, it makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like we've gotten bots before. Let's talk about a topic you love now. Dark Souls. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting, to talk about. I know it wasn't like the most interesting thing, but I feel like you never get to hear enough about Taiwan, China, relationship, both economic. I don't know. I thought all of that was... Appreciate the discussion. Now I know how Misty feels when we talk video games. So it's boring and confusing as heck. Yeah, but you guys always say, Joel, you could talk about the phone book and blah, blah, blah. As soon as I talk about the Chinese, you guys freak out. Probably because you're a bunch of racists. A bunch of racists. You hate the China. You hate Xing Jinping. You probably don't even know how to use chopsticks, do you? Every one of you. I stood there longer than I needed to, brushing grit from my jacket, and told myself the same thing I had told myself about the toaster. These were old buildings. They were falling apart. But what would have happened if I'd been walking just a little to the left? Wasn't lost on me. I'd have my brains bashed out of my skull if I'm not clear, just like those Cheyenne infants. I guess it was fear creeping. Just read your little stories, Joel. Bang together your symbols like the monkey you are. Let's talk about nursing, because Joel would flip and have to remember bad mempros. All memories. Yeah. You have arthritis, Beth? How do you have arthritis? What happened? It sounds like you need to hit the gym. Do some fucking forearm curls. I guess it was fear keeping me from saying it out loud, or even acknowledging it in my thoughts, and abandoning the piece would be an admission that something was going on. And so once again, I chalked it up to just some funny coincidence and kept on writing. And the final section concerned a report which detailed the fate of some captive braves. Following the defeat of their war band in battle, the captain allegedly ordered the nearly 24 surviving warriors brought forward, one by one. He used a cavalry saber, beheading... Oh man, I hit a fucking trash can. Big pile of trash to my left foot. What books do I read? Nothing, bro. I don't read shit. I'm listening to the audiobook for Jurassic Park, which is good, dude. Like, the amount of, like, sci-fi, and technical details that the writer of Jurassic Park has put into this book, actually blows my mind. Because, you sit there and you're like, oh, maybe I'll write a novel one day. And then you're just like, I can't. This motherfucker knows everything about everything, whether it's bio companies and their economics, or chaos theory, or fucking deciduous forests, and how things are different, at different elevations. Doesn't mean you can't look that up, but just to have a cool idea in your head, but just know that you're gonna have to cover so much shit. He's just a very, very intelligent person. What the fuck's his name again? John Crichton. No, I'm an idiot. Writer of Jurassic. Michael Crichton. Yeah, that's right. I know it's terrible to admit, but I absolutely hate reading, and I haven't read an actual book in probably 15 years. No, dude, I feel you. Reading fucking hurts the brain. I mean, I do it here, but it's just because, I mean, obviously I like ADHD, jump over to fucking the chat and see what you guys are talking about, and clearly I'm like fighting it the whole time. I'm like fighting, progressing through the story. It's not that they're not good. I enjoy the stories. It's just like the act of it can be like draining on the brain. And who knows, maybe I've like, maybe the whole point of the live streams is to like convince myself that I'm that I like the process. But if I literally had to just like sit down by myself and crack open the Jurassic Park book, I'd probably be on page like 3 after like 16 hours. Stop fetishizing asthma. Guys, there's one rule in this chat that I have. Do not fetishize the inability to breathe. I've read so much for work that I cannot read prose text for pleasure anymore. Damn, that sucks. I was like thinking like the more you did it, the like easier it became, and it's just like breathing or something. I don't know. He used a cavalry saber, beheading the med. What about Harry Potter, The Hunger Games? No, thank you. He used a cavalry saber, beheading the men methodically. Jesus Christ. He used a cavalry saber, beheading the men methodically until 5 of them broke and ran. They didn't even clear the camp's perimeter before they were brought down. I was midway through describing the final shots when my phone rang, and when I picked up the phone, I could tell something was wrong right away. It was my girlfriend, and she was distraught. And then once I'd finally calmed her down, she told me her uncle had been killed that very morning. He was in his 80s, and I'd met the man at some dinner a few years prior. Now, he seemed like a nice guy, one who was most certainly not deserving to go out the way he did. But that morning, he misjudged the curb after departing his favorite cafe and then fell into the path of a speeding motorcycle. The rider turned out to be uninjured, but the impact tore the uncle's head from his body, decapitating him completely. I gotta go. Thank you, Joel, for the discussion. Love your channel. Keep up the great work. Take care. Thank you, Allin. Appreciate you. Have a good night. What's wrong with the Hunger Games? I just don't care. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't give a shit. Like, I like the idea of it, you know. I like the idea of Harry Potter. But I don't know. I just don't care. Ever had an extremely boring spouse or partner? Yeah, my 5th wife, she was fucking... God, she didn't say anything. Now granted, she was a porpoise at a zoo, couldn't really talk much, and she just kind of like float there, but good God, it wasn't much for a conversationalist. But you're one cool cat, generally. Keep it up, and thank you for being you. Also, this is awesome. Oh, thanks, dude. I thought you appreciate you. You make fun of Harry Potter fans. I'm pretty sure, wasn't there like something more recently where they like were doing... I gotta look this up, dude. You guys have to hear about this. This is something I need you to hear about. Was her name Lilu? Yeah, she was missing a tail. They had to build her like a little metal fucking porpoise tail. Okay, so listen to this shit. At Freshwater West Beach in Wales, where Dobby's death from Harry Potter, Dobby, death/burial scene from Harry Potter in the Deathly Hallows was filmed, fans created an unofficial Dobby's grave memorial in real life for a book, by the way, which is fine. Whatever, you're having fun. Who gives a shit? In August 2026, it came out that a roughly 430 million pound green link electricity cable connecting Ireland and Great Britain had originally been planned to pass through or very close to the area of the memorial. After the project was publicized, hundreds of Harry Potter fans contacted the developers complaining that the construction would disturb Dobby's grave. Oh my god. And it actually worked. The project's leadership went back to the planners and rerouted the cables so that it wouldn't go through the Dobby's memorial area. According to executive Simon Ledlam, when he was first told why people were complaining, his reaction was essentially, "Dobby isn't real. What the fuck are you talking about, you absolute insane people?" But they ultimately changed the route. There's an extra absurd detail to this, as the rerouted cable ended up passing near actual Bronze Age burial remains while avoiding the fictional grave. So, like, actual real-life site of Bronze Age burial remains was allowed to be desecrated, but don't you go anywhere near fucking Dobby. Holy shit, dude. Guys, if I met Dobby in real life, he would go right in the microwave. I do not care. I would deep fry him in an instant, put his ass on a fucking stick. You read stuff like that, you still bring new souls onto this planet? You still want to bring new souls on this planet? Yeah, I would keep them away from Dobby's grave or any Harry Potter fans. I'd keep a very close eye on the books they're reading. The rider was relatively uninjured, but the impact tore the uncle's head from his body, decapitating him completely. The coroner's report came back about a week later, and there was no alcohol involved, no excessive speed beyond the posted limit, just an old man taking an unfortunate tumble in the wrong place at the wrong time. My girlfriend passed the report on via text, and when I finished reading it, ooh, that was from deeply fried, stir-fried Dobby. When did Dobby even die in the books? I don't know. I think Voldemort fucking blew his head up. Like, he wasn't even supposed to be like next to Harry Potter during this like one battle scene, and then like Dobby was like, oh, but master, oh master. I don't remember what Dobby's voice is, but it's probably like this. Oh, I'm Dobby. Oi, Dobby. He just went, oh, because he was jacking off. Like, fucking Dobby was jacking off with he had a hand under his loincloth next to Harry Potter at the end of the last movie, and Voldemort was like, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this, Potter? And then he just shot some sort of like lightning beam from his little wand and blew Dobby's head up. And like, I'm pretty sure in the movie, like, Harry didn't even react. He was just like, oh my god, thank god. Get rid of that fucking freak always jerking off next to me. Oh, master, please, I'm almost done. Get out of here, Dobby, you freak. And that's the guy that you made the burial site for. You, like, if I start to question your guys' morality sometimes. My girlfriend passed the report on via text, and when I finished reading it, I closed the laptop and abandoned the piece for good. I told my editor the sources had collapsed under scrutiny and that the story was thinner than I had thought. And when she asked why I seemed distracted, I blamed the usual pressures of freelance work. She asked if it was salvageable, and I lied. I'd already deleted the draft and the notes, and the external drive which held the scans had been completely wiped clean. It's strange because I still don't believe in curses, fate, or any of that mumbo-jumbo. I believe in confirmation bias and the innate human talent for pattern recognition to glitch after something bad happens. Toasters short, roofing tiles fall, old men lose their balance. And aside from the old houses are cool but they suck thing, cool. I've never seen Harry Potter. It says you got, dude, I'm a pothead. I'm a pothead. Like, every Harry Potter fan, like, in our fandom is called a pothead. And someone like you, Justin, who's already proven that you don't know a single thing about any really engaged, deep lore within, like, a highly advanced community of appreciators of said fandom. Like, it actually kind of, like, makes me a little bit worried that you just, like, kind of fling these discrepancies left and right. Almost seems like maybe something we could look into litigation for later. What do you guys say? Guys, at the end of the stream here, can you guys type 1 in chat if I should sue Justin? 2 in chat if we should put him in the cupboard and lock the door. Like Dobby. And aside from the old houses are cool but they suck thing, none of the above are even remotely connected. Especially not by the words of a dying Cheyenne medicine man spoken long ago on an old battlefield. But still, I notice that I've yet to... I'd lose in litigation? Yeah, well, wait till we got to discovery. They would get to discovery, or my lawyer, who is really smart, would be asking Justin all these questions about Halo lore, and he wouldn't know a fucking thing. We'd be like instantly prove that Justin's just like one big gamer poser, and that us potheads are like true, savants of appreciating entertainment. And that's what you should be able to do when you sue somebody for essentially defamation. In this case, one of my mods is defaming me. I believe you can put them in jail at some point. I don't know legal stuff exactly, but I also, depending on where we're at, maybe we'll say we were in like Singapore, I think that would be it'd be punishable by probably execution. I don't know though. I'm just speculating. But still, I notice that I have yet to type the captain's full name in anything I've written since, and have since moved on to other subjects, safer ones. The gap in the record remains, and if someone else wants to try and fill it, they're more than welcome to. But if you're listening to this and you're thinking about doing some research of your own, then don't say I didn't warn you. You're a physician in Moldova? Okay, well, is Justin going to get the death penalty? Bad little mods get put in their punishment cupboard. Alright, holy fuck. We made it. Well, no, we're not done yet. We still got one more, but we're almost there. That's all vodka. People say, let's read, what are you drinking? It's vodka. Every fucking night it's vodka. I'm fucked up. I'm an addict. I have a problem. Every time you guys donate, I take 50 shots. Unprompted. JK. Alright. Everything must be lubricated. Did you guys ever see that video on YouTube back in 2006? Where there was a big loud machine on a rooftop, like kind of down a few stories from some other guys, but they filled a bunch of water balloons up with like oil. And the machine was just making a bunch of whirring sounds, probably from some like bad, something rotating within it that was like scratching or whatever. And then they just like threw these water balloons filled with oil at it. And then they landed by it and saturated the machine from that distance to make it just like suddenly stop making the whirring noise or the loud noise. And that was pretty much one of the most epic 2006 YouTube videos ever. What do I think of colostrum? I remember I like briefly took colostrum. I have no fucking clue if it helped. So I just switched over to like breast milk just to keep it kosher. Tarzan rides freight trains. Thank you for the $2.50 shots on me. Thank you. That's all I needed to get back on the wagon like Brad Pitt. Dobby was stuck in the gears. Are there many Dobbies, or is there just one Dobby? Because I really wouldn't mind like making like a clone army of Dobbies that I could just sort of, you know, have my way with, I suppose, for lack of better words. The algorithm is live. I just watched the short of the oil balloons during your stream. Oh, let's fucking go. How about the G.I. Joe PSA videos? Oh man, it's going back. Too far for me. This is torture. What are you trying to avoid in your life right now? And then you say this is torture. What am I trying to avoid in my life? Yeah, Pearl Slime, you're always slightly combative in the chat. You tell me what I'm trying to avoid. You know me better than I know myself, I think. Only once did my dad ever talk about his time in Vietnam. Somebody once told me that I should take that as a sign that he wasn't lying. I just wish that it could have been in more comfortable circumstances. So I was 29 years old, sitting in a chair near his deathbed at the VA, looking at a man whose whole person had been stripped away by cancer. His hair was gone, he'd lost all his weight, and even his voice was starting to leave him. But even as he was dying, I guess the morphine dislodged something inside of him, because one day, it came spilling out while he was high as a kite. He'd never told it stateside before, and now I was going to carry it. And while I'm not altogether happy about having to do so, he was my father, and so I shut up and listened to a dying man's words. He'd been a tunnel rat for about 8 months when he was flown to the outskirts of a place called Coochie. Coochie? Is there really a place called Coochie? That's awesome. I'm going to Coochie, Vietnam next year. Coochie. Is this how you say it? Coochie? Sorry. How to say... It's word for cool cheese. This place. Cool cheese. Welcome to Cool Cheese, short for Cool Cheese. We got the coolest cheese in town. How's Pradeep? He's good, man. He's just a good boy. He had a dry cough earlier, but he's good now. Just a bit of a hair. He had been a tunnel rat for about 8 months when he was flown to the outskirts of a place called Cu Chi. The Viet Cong used to dig underground. I know, I do feel a bit trolled right now in a place called Coochie. The Viet Cong used to dig underground tunnels so they could move undetected. The army then started prizing smaller, skinnier soldiers for their ability to explore them, and these men were nicknamed tunnel rats, but it was not a sign of any disrespect. A guy had to be small in stature to fight Charlie down there in the dark, but he had to have balls too, and everyone knew it. And so when the regular infantry found a tunnel network, they called in the rats, and when they got there, they were like rock stars. They wore army green, but not one of them wore a regular uniform or a flak jacket or anything. Speed and silence were their friends, and they took all kinds of customized pistols and knives in with them too. Anything that made it easier to fight lying on your front or while crouching in pitch-black chambers, the rats brought it with them. Dad said that he brought a bunch of trench. Daddy, my Vietnam daddy. If you guys could imagine a future war, what would be your favorite future war? And what would be the most iconic part of that future war? Dad said he brought a sort of trench knife, a blade and knuckle duster combo that couldn't fall out of his hand, and made it easier to grip the earth in front when the crap hit the fan and he needed to move fast. In his other hand, Dad carried a .45 with a little pen light tapped to the side, taped. In his other hand, Dad carried a .45 with a little pen light taped to the side, with just one spare magazine taped to his arm, meaning if things really went down, he had to make every one of those shots count. That morning, Dad and another of the rats were sent to help out some infantry unit whose point man found a ventilation shaft hidden under... Damn, I've never made this many mistakes before in my life. Me versus the potheads. Neon Genesis, Dobby Galleon. I don't want New Zealand to be at war, but it would be cool to see a haka right before fighting. You could maybe do that in the past, I guess. Or you could just go play rugby. I'm actually going to see the All Blacks here in, I think, September. So it's pretty soon. I'm going to go see the All Blacks play rugby. I forget who they're playing. What if we're the sergeant and my kids were the soldiers in the World War III draft? Dude, I don't... Like, okay, honest question, guys. If you guys get drafted to some bullshit fucking war, are you gonna go? It's like me asking you guys if you're going to a party this weekend. We're all like co-workers. Are you gonna go to the war? I don't think I want to go to the war. It doesn't seem fun. Like, that's so lame. They like increased it to like 42, the draft age, and like I just like don't even want to go. Just like don't want to go. Like Phil's gonna be there, and he's just like so fucking stupid. You can't? You're old? Justin, you are the same age as me, I think. I'm 36. We are fucked. We are getting drafted to go die in the Hormuz, the Gay of Hormuz. Never seen the 2 seasons of Sarah Chronicles. Yeah. Protests personally. I don't know, man. I wonder if that'd be a lot of people they'd have to put in jail, but who would enforce the jailing? You know, if they had to go around and like grab everybody up, they would need to activate like robots or like have some external force come get us, whether it's like the UN or the IDF or fucking Chinese soldiers. I don't know. Maybe that's the whole point, is like none of us want to go, and then that's what causes like the implosion of the nation. I'll go if you guys go. I don't want to go alone. That's a good point. Is anyone going to bring any sort of buffalo chicken dip? If there's buffalo chicken dip at the World War III draft, I'm going. I haven't had that in the moon. I heard Kelly's going to be there, and she's looking good. They draft people to arrest the draft dodgers. Just arrest everyone, man. Even if a lot of us weren't drafted, if we enlist, we'd be retired by 40. Yeah, but I think it's like up to 42 they did it. But I don't know, man. I'd be retired by 40? What the fuck? That's still like 4 years to pretty much send me to go fucking die in a oily pit with Cthulhu. That's just lame. I'll digress. Welcome to the Butterskull Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. That morning, Dad and another of the rats were sent to help out some infantry unit whose point man found a ventilation shaft half hidden under a fallen tree. No tripwires, no punji. Say I'm 56. Alright, I'll lie about it. No tripwires, no stakes, just this draft of cool air rising up from the jungle floor. Dad went in first with the .45 of his, and then down into a shaft which dropped 15 feet into a main corridor no wider than his shoulders. He said the moment he got down there, he could tell something was off. The usual smells of damp clay and human crap hit him, but underneath, the unmistakable smell of old blood. He moved forward on his elbows and knees, but not on all fours, as he explained, but right down on his belly, and that's how narrow these Viet Cong tunnels were. He crawled through the first few chambers and found nothing but sacks of rice and some medical supplies, but in like the fourth or fifth or so, he found a bunch of intel documents sealed up in plastic bags so they wouldn't go moldy down there. Now, it made for a great find, but Dad said he felt in no mood to celebrate, as the VC would never leave such an intelligence haul unguarded, leaving Dad asking himself, where the hell is everybody? He radioed up, but the lieutenant ordered him deeper, wanted him to press the advantage, and so on Dad went, into the next couple of chambers, which is where he found the bodies. He said he knew he was getting closer from the smell, he just didn't expect to see so many. He said there had to be around 20 in total, maybe more, all half buried in the walls of the chambers like a stack of... Look up punji sticks and dumb down the stakes. Punji sticks also have fences in them. Oh, shit. Damn. Oh, like, yeah. This fucking spike pit. Imagine getting pulled into a fucking spike pit in, like, Vietnam. Wonder how, like, often they fell into those. They kind of remind me of, like, those Acme traps, you know, from Wile E. Coyote. All someone would have to do is put, like, a PSP in one of them, and I would step right into it. I was in 6th grade and asked my teacher why don't they just send homeless and prisoners to war, and she said most of those have already served. That's actually insane. Well, so they got experience. Oh, fuck, dude, I'm tired. He said there had to be around 20 in total, maybe more, all half buried in the walls of the chamber like a stack of wood. Some smelled fresh, others had collapsed in on themselves like dried up sacks of meat and bone. Now, he said he thought it was some kind of morgue at first, a place the NVA used to store their dead bodies, the long trip. Cover them in feces so they get infected. Oh my god, dude. War is so brutal. Thank you for all you do. You put me to sleep every night. Thank you, Lisa. Good to see you. In 4th grade, Joel put an entire pack of chewed gum in my hair and called me Gumbo. It fundamentally changed my life. It made it so he finally didn't have a bad hair day. They just shave it all off. Gen Z in a war might start bitching about their matcha lattes being in trenches with them. That's what I'm saying, brother. Those goddamn sissy boys. If they don't work 60 hours a day and their fingers don't look like Skeletors, then they're a bunch of wussies. He said he thought it was some kind of morgue at first, a place the NVA used to store their bodies. Fuck, dude. I'm seeing shit, man. I'm seeing shit. He said he thought it was some kind of morgue at first, a place the NVA used to store their dead before the long trip north to be buried back where they were born. But Dad said that he saw no signs of bullet or shrapnel wounds, and that instead he saw what looked like teeth marks. He said he tried to push on like the lieutenant ordered, but as he flicked on the flashlight attached to his pistol, the light caught the edge of something large and pale before it skittered out of the beam. And that was when he understood the bodies weren't waiting for transport. They'd been food. He backed out of the low, narrow tunnel, turned around, and then turned back towards the surface. He heard the sound of it at first, and this sort of dry scraping like sticks dragged across stone. But then he started to smell it. Dad said he dragged himself out of one of the narrower tunnels and into a chamber, and he then rolled, aimed his pistol, and fired into the dark. His muzzle flash showed him only a shape, Something low but big with limbs. Joel is too scared to be alone right now. He needs to chat for company. I mean, that's fair. Pearl Slime, you're so mean, dude. Hey, let's take a vote. Is Pearl Slime the meanest chatter in the chat room? Just downright vindictive, I'd say. One of those star-bellied sneeches you hear about. Joel really hated to see beautiful Amish boy happy, so he always tortured me. True story. I know, he had like a bowl cut, and I was like, well, let me just put a little gum in his hair, and he can finally not have that yee ass haircut. Mean or right? Right about what? Biggest bully in the chat. Pearl Slime is the bullier of bullies. Apparently I'm a bully. But she's the dictator. His muzzle flash showed him only a shape. Something low but big with limbs shooting off in all the wrong proportions. He crawled into the next tunnel and into the next chamber, but the thing was fast, darting up a chamber wall and striking him from the side. He said something hard and jointed closed around his left ankle and twisted, and then he felt... Amber D, thank you for the 10. Says, Joel, make a dating show video. You could go live and you wouldn't have to show your face and we could fight for your heart. Winner gets your contact info. Winner gets your social security number. Thank you, Amber. I had a kid in daycare who put slime in their hair. It was fun to take out. Did not come around this block with yo yee ass haircut. You heard me? The E-Dater's paradise. He said something hard and jointed closed around his left ankle and twisted, and then all he felt was agony as he turned himself around to fire again. He said it had no eyes, just this smooth, pale flesh where eyes should have been, and that's where he aimed his shots. He said he realized that it must have hunted by maybe sound or vibration, that the thing was blind as a bat and was hunting him in the dark. The shots were point blank that time, and without a sound, the creature recoiled far enough for him to drag himself away. He thinks it retreated into the darkness because it didn't attack again, and by the time his buddy and those infantry boys pulled him out by his arms, he was in a state of total shock and disbelief. He said he was babbling about the thing down there in the dark as the medics cut away his boot and found his ankle to be shattered. But by the time the unit CO was in front of him, all he kept saying was the same 6 words: burn it, gas it, kill it. The lieutenant wanted the CS gas only. What you thinking, GI? Oh, the winner gets all my Pokemon cards. Executed for bullying.
That's what happens at all. That's what's been happening at the woke schools. The woke schools. Basically, people get in trouble for bullying. They say, he's bullying me, and guess what they do? They bring them in front of everyone at the school and they execute them. They execute the children in front of each other. First they do a transgender surgery on the kids and then they execute them. Bad kids. I think they had it coming, actually.
The lieutenant wanted CS gas only, the standard procedure for clearing tunnels, but my dad grabbed the man's collar with both hands and begged, not asked, begged for him to burn the thing out. Those infantry guys respected the tunnel rats so much that in the end, they listened, and after the tear gas canisters, they had a ton of gas flown in so they could burn as much of the complex as the liquid would reach. I'll identify as woke now. Bro, I'm the wokest YouTuber, I think. The world's most woke. What do I do that's woke? I wear Crocs. That's pretty woke, I think. Hey, see ya, Ollie. Take care. Have a good night. Sleep tight. You're so bitter right now. What happened? Those infantry guys respected the tunnel rats so much that in the end, they listened. And after the tear gas canisters, they had a ton of gas flown in so they could burn as much of the complex as the liquid would reach. The goal being not to burn the thing, but starve it of oxygen. Dad said he watched the smoke pour out of the tunnel entrance from his stretcher, but it sure as hell didn't smell like victory. He never went into another tunnel. The ankle healed very crooked and the army had rotated him on medical grounds, but while the pain left him, the dreams didn't. And in that hospital room decades later, he told me in this very thin voice that whatever lived in those caverns had been down there seemingly a very long time, and that all the war had done was just open the door. He passed away 3 weeks after that conversation, and it was me who closed his eyes. I tell myself the story was just morphine talking, or all that trauma coming out in one final, almost biblical allegory. Tunnel rats fought closer to hell than anyone, but the demons they unleashed were confined to their heads and no place else. But some days, if I tell myself that over and over, I almost start to believe it. That one was pretty sweet. Tear gas doesn't even make me cry because I'm so emotionless. Is it bad that my 3-year-old listens to you every night before bed like a lullaby? That's pretty normal. Well, thank you for listening. That's quite kind of thee. All right. What's up, 206 Guatemalateca? Real question, Joel. How do you force yourself to get more sleep? Been stuck at 5-ish hours a night and a 2-hour nap in the day for years. How can I force myself to sleep longer than 5 hours? Well, 5-ish hours at night, 2 hour in the day. I mean, that is 7 hours, right? I mean, like in totality, it's probably harder to sleep at night if you're doing a 2-hour nap. Maybe just like skip the nap and go to bed a little bit earlier. A Jollaby. Alright, guys. We are going to read the outro and get you the frick out. We'll get you to your next class, which is woke class. They're going to be dyeing all of your hair pink and giving you a cane or something. Oh, somebody think of something funny for me to say at the end, would ya? It was just Dobby down in the tunnel, yeah.
Oh, Master Potter. They're fucking doing weird shit to me down here. They're trying to... they've turned my whole family into General So's. They're turning me woke.
Third period is overtime for indoctrination class, yeah. Gender fluid class. Even though you're mad piece of shit on the HP front, I still like you. Oh, mad posing. I think I'm posing about being a pothead? Bro, ask me any question about Harry Potter, I'll tell you the answer, like, in pretty much instantaneous time. Can I speak in Comic Sans? Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. You see, me here on Let's Read, we release videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email. Now take note of this, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Send your stories there, and you might even hear it featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All those links can be found in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, who's Harry's best friend? It's obviously the red one. I don't want to say his name. You're not supposed to say his name. What character did Gary Oldman play? He obviously played the old man, the oldest wizard in town, the oldest wizard in Hogwarts. He had warts on his hog, which is a little known thing you guys didn't know about with Harry Potter. Do I have my outro memorized? No. Okay. The Soul Snatcher. Gary Oldman played a lot of boss-ass villains. That's what I'm saying. Gary Oldman's like so fucking good, bro. He's so good. He's just the guy. You don't even know who the fuck he is, but he just kicks ass. And that's the kind of actors I like. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, we are all butt worms. How many Horcruxes? I don't think you can say that, dude. That's like genuinely very rude to say about people being a... I don't even want to repeat it. Alright guys, thanks so much. I'll catch you fellow potheads on the flip. I'll get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access, as you know. And then, yeah, we'll be back streaming this Sunday with bonus content. You don't want to miss that. If you became a member tonight, thank you so much. Or get gifted and all that good stuff. Be sure to check out the bonus content playlist. How many Deathly Hollows? There's probably like 15, 16 million. It's a lot. You guys don't actually know how many there are, because like I was there with J.R. Tolkien or whatever, J.R.R. Mrs. Harry, John Harry Potter, who wrote the stories. He told me all the little back lore that you guys don't know about. So, but anyways, follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. And yeah, I'll be kept up to date when I go live on my story over there. But peace out, kisses from Saigon. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.